So please welcome Oregon State Treasurer Ted Wheeler.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for that gracious introduction. That's as funny as I get as State Treasurer. John Chang understands that. Well, hello everybody. Welcome. Good morning. And thank you all for being here. And thank you to the Aspen Institute for hosting us here today. Today's event is called Heading Off, a Retirement Reckoning in Oregon. That sounds pretty ominous. What kind of reckoning are we talking about? What are we talking about? And how serious is this issue of retirement security? A lot of people have approached me, and I'm sure some of you, and have said, well, listen, don't we have Social Security to take care of us during retirement? Others have come forward and said, why are you talking about this at all? Isn't retirement security a matter of personal financial responsibility? And of course, the question I get at least 3 times a day, why is government involved in this at all? There are over 20,000 private sector retirement products on the market. Why do we need government to be involved at all? From my perspective, there are philosophical and ideological reasons, to be sure. The American conception of the role of government starts with the premise of providing for the general welfare of the public. And that's a core value that we've all shared since the founding of this country. But there's practical reasons as well, and those of you in the room who care about government fiscal responsibility should see this as something that rings true. The bottom line is this: if we cannot help Americans save for their own retirement, the cost to taxpayers in the future will be staggering as more and more people rely instead on costly government safety net services. And if they're doing that, that means one of 2 things for the rest of us. It means either we're going to pay a lot more in taxes, or we're going to see less resources available for investments in critical services like education and healthcare and public safety. What's more, if we fail to act, we're inviting a generational crisis, one that pits investments in our youngest citizens with those who are our most seasoned. And this would, of course, be a fundamental violation of the American social contract. For generations, when it's come to retirement security, there's been this basic fundamental value. If you work hard and you play by the rules, after a lifetime of hard work, you should be able to retire with some semblance of economic security and dignity. And those things should not come at the expense of future generations. Some 20 years ago, the Oregon legislature acknowledged that we had a serious retirement security issue in the state of Oregon. And they did all the right things. They impaneled a task force. They found somebody to chair it, the then treasurer for the state of Oregon. They took testimony. They wrote what I think is still a seminal report on retirement security. And then the report went on the shelf. And as a state, we did nothing. And that, unfortunately, is a familiar refrain all across the country. So in 2013, when the legislature impaneled a new committee and asked me if I would chair it, my peers and I were determined that we would not see our work meet that same fate. I can tell you that over those intervening 20 years, the situation has only grown much worse. We heard a lot of testimony, but it all boils down to this. People who have access to a retirement plan at their place of employment are 15 times more likely to save for retirement than if they do not have access at their place of employment. Put a different way, only about 4% of employees who don't have access to a retirement plan at their place of employment actually go through the stages of creating their own retirement program. For better or worse, people expect to receive their retirement benefits through their place of employment. That's true with healthcare. That's true with insurance products. It is also true with retirement security. There is good news here as well. We heard over and over from people, particularly employers, that they want to provide a retirement plan for their employees. A lot of employers we heard from talked about their employees as extended family, and they wanted to do right by them. But when they sought out these alternative private sector retirement savings options, what they found out was that the costs, the legal risks, and the administrative burdens were just too great. And this was particularly true for small employers. Here in Oregon, a great thing happened. We found out that we had all of the right ingredients in place. We had businesses who maybe, while not universally supportive of what we were trying to do, they wanted to be active participants in the conversation. And we had legislators and advocates who were ready and willing to act. This is a challenge that exists all across the United States, but these ingredients don't always exist in a mix that leads to positive results. Other states need examples to go by. And all of us are here today in this room because we believe that Oregon can be an example for the rest of the nation. It's now my honor to introduce somebody who can help spread this example across the country. She's in a unique position to lead. She shares our values. She signed our bill. And she's here today to help move this conversation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, the Governor of Oregon, the Honorable Kate Brown.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here on this very important topic. And Treasurer Wheeler, thank you for your kind and generous introduction, and thank you for your leadership as well. The statistics about savings, or more accurately, the lack of retirement savings, are daunting, both here in Oregon and frankly across the entire country. In Oregon, an estimated 1 million Oregonians are left without options to plan for retirement. That's essentially 1/4 of our population. Among private sector employees, Asian workers have the highest rate of access to retirement plans at 63%, followed closely by white and African American workers at 60%. The Latino community is greatly challenged, with only 34% of private sector Latino employees having access to retirement plans. We also know that women are less likely than men to be prepared for retirement. Despite the fact that nationally, women make up half the workforce and are primary or co-breadwinners in 2 out of 3 households. But women are only making 83 cents to every single dollar that men make, and a women's retirement savings often average less than 70% of men's. To put that in perspective, in Oregon, women make up 57.3% of all Oregon retirees and represent 80% of the poorest retirees. Today, the average savings for Oregonians approaching retirement age is $12,000. Depending upon where you live, that's not even enough to cover rent for a single year in the state of Oregon. And at the same time, and this of course is the good news, we are healthier and living longer. These figures are absolutely staggering. But as the treasurer noted, there is great hope in Oregon. As we know, because of the bottle bill, the beach bill, and our first in the nation new motor voter law, Oregonians are rarely content to follow the herd and let injustices like these stand. We like to blaze our own trail and let others follow our examples. That's why I'm so pleased that once again, Oregon is among the first wave of states working to make it possible for every single worker to save for retirement. I'd like to take a moment to thank State Representative Tobias Reed, who's here with us this morning, our Treasurer, Ted Wheeler, and I don't see Senator Lee Beyer in the room, but these guys led the efforts to create the Oregon Retirement Savings Plan. Let's give them a round of applause. As your governor, it's critically important to me that every single Oregonian have the opportunity to reach his or her full potential, and that we adopt policies that will sustain the well-being of current and future generations, no matter where in Oregon we live. And of course, economic security is part of that equation. Last summer, I signed the legislation creating the Oregon Retirement Savings Plan as part of the Fair Shot agenda that expands economic opportunities for working families across the state of Oregon. Since last year, we took action to raise the minimum wage, expanded access to paid sick leave, and other measures that expand opportunities for Oregonians to work hard and get ahead. At the same time, we've been really careful to ensure the advances we are making in Oregon allow our businesses to compete and thrive all across the state. Oregonians deserve the opportunity to work for a reasonable wage, be treated fairly in the workplace, and be able to plan for their future so that they can retire with dignity and greater peace of mind. The Oregon Retirement Savings Board is currently designing a plan that will offer access to a self-funded retirement account to those who do not have access to a plan through their employers. Sorry about that. Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for their time and energy they are taking to make sure that this program is constructed to meet the needs of all participants, both workers and employers. Could we have the members of the board stand up and be recognized this morning? Thank you. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Juanita. Thank you, Kevin. As a result of the new plan, a year from now, more Oregonians will be able to start putting money away for the retirement years, build nest eggs, and live more comfortably. Improving financial know-how among all Oregonians is a critical element to saving for retirement. We can't fully address the long-term retirement savings crisis unless Oregonians have a better understanding of how saving will improve their own financial health. We are all in this together. By making saving easier through the passage of smart public policy and by improving financial literacy, we have the opportunity to help Oregonians improve their quality of life, and that's really exciting. As Secretary of State, I was pleased to be a Rodell Fellow in the Aspen Institute program and remain very impressed with the quality, depth, and breadth of the Aspen Institute's policy initiatives. So that's why I'm so happy to introduce and welcome up to the podium Ida Rademacher, Executive Director of the Aspen Institute Financial Security Program. Please give her a warm Oregon welcome. Thank you all. Thank you, Ida.
Good morning, everyone. I want to extend my additional thanks to the governor for hosting with us, thinking about this, championing this work, and thanks to all of you for joining us today, both here in the room, but also this is an important conversation not just in Oregon, but also in the country. And there's a lot of eyes tuning in through a webcam. We're live streaming the event today as well. So feel free to tweet as you go forward. There's a set of social media kit information in your packet, so that'll be great. But thank you, Governor, for opening us up, and also thank you as well to Treasurer Wheeler for opening and for championing this work in Oregon. I'm Ida Rademacher. I direct the Financial Security Program at the Aspen Institute. In addition to retirement, we are really looking at the Aspen Institute at understanding the range of financial challenges that are really facing working Americans, threatening both short and long-term financial security, and looking at the interactions of those things. We want to understand the risks, but more importantly at Aspen, we want to put a spotlight on the champions who are leading with new ideas and new solutions. And in terms of retirement, that conversation has for a very long time been a federal conversation, but a national conversation. And to the Treasurer's remarks earlier, it's also been a personal responsibility conversation. But a lot of the innovation, a lot of the leadership, and a lot of the commitment to new solutions is really coming at the state level. And Oregon is really at the top of the list in terms of the kind of team they've put together, the commitment, the vision, the holistic solution that they're trying to drive forward in this state. So we wanted to come here and have the conversation with all of you and try to bring as many resources to the conversation as possible to ensure success with Oregon's endeavors as we go forward. So that's what today is all about. We have kind of 3 objectives with today's event, and I'm just going to kind of overlay that for you and get us going toward the first panel. The first is, as both the governor and the treasurer mentioned, there are a number of states that are starting to look at solving the retirement crisis for their workers, for their working families. And they're doing it in some innovative ways, and we want to make sure that as they're all learning, there's opportunities to reflect and think about this together and figure out how to learn from each other. So the first panel today is both from a federal level, but also from other states. What can we hear from them and what are we learning? And we've also thrown in what can we learn from other countries, and we've got Will Sandberg here from the UK as well. So there's really an opportunity for the states to learn from one another. We also want to make sure that everybody here can be learning from experts and policymakers and industry experts that are thinking about this, both in terms of what is the solution framework in Oregon, but also what have they been thinking and what have they been learning from years of working on these issues in other ways. We have a couple of ways that we think Oregon, in particular, can serve as a model for other states to learn from and for the federal conversation to learn from. A few of the things that Aspen has done in the last few months have been try to put together a few of the resources that do highlight both what some of Oregon is doing so other states can learn, but also how do we think about other policy solutions that could turbocharge even the ideas that are being led here in Oregon. So in your folders, in addition to the Twitter and social media information, you'll find a few background pieces. There's a fact sheet on Oregon's retirement. There is an Aspen Financial Security Program publication that overviews some of the new rules that the Department of Labor has laid out that really set the stage for innovations like what's happening here in Oregon to start going forward. And we've also put in there an op-ed that really talks about some of the ways that some federal policy changes could turbocharge the amount of savings that low and moderate income savers could be putting into these new accounts if we revamped the federal savers credit to that end. There's also letters of support in absentia from Senators Wyden and Merkley, who both champion retirement savings at the federal level and are very excited that their home state is leading the way with some of the innovations here. So we'll have a panel on industry, we'll have a panel also hearing from academia and from consumer advocates around what's at stake, getting this right in Oregon. And there is a lot at stake to get it right. But again, the board and under the leadership of Lisa Messina and her team, there's every reason to think that as going forward, we're going to be paying a lot of attention to what's happening here. So in closing for me, I just want to remind everybody that this is being live cast. We are going to be having plenty of time for Q&A, plenty of time to tweet your questions as well and your own ideas, and plenty of time at the end for additional conversation. I want to once again thank James Sink and Lisa Messina and the Treasurer's Office for the collaboration and co-hosting of this event, which has been under planning now for a number of weeks. And months, and I also want to give a special shout out to my team, Jeremy Smith, who's my associate director, and Kiese and the folks who aren't here for the way that they've been connecting with the states and really helping to put a spotlight again on Oregon's leadership and on the solutions we can have a conversation around here today. So with that, I want to introduce Christian Foden-Wenzel, who is going to be the moderator for our first panel. And Christian, for those of you who don't know, is reporter and producer for Oregon Public Broadcasting. And he is going to be leading the first conversation. So welcome and thank you.
Thanks very much for turning up, everybody. So the way I think we're going to work this is we've got about 50 minutes, and I think the best way to do it is have each person make a presentation 5-7 minutes long, and then we'll take questions on the first person, and then go to the second person, third person. That leaves a few minutes in the end to kind of catch everything else that we want to go. So first, I think we'll start with our own local treasurer, Ted Wheeler. He did a lot of work on the 529 plan, the college savings plan, and I'm dealing with that. My kids are right in the middle of that, so thanks for helping me out there, Ted. So, there we are.
Good morning. Thanks again. This is an interesting table. Does anybody else feel like they're sitting at a high chair? Any rate, I'm not going to go on endlessly. There's a couple more points I'd like to make, and then I'm going to defer to my colleagues up here in the Q&A. First of all, I want to be very clear that we in the state of Oregon have landed very close to where California landed. They started this effort, and John will be talking about that. We're very close to where Illinois landed with an auto-enroll IRA type solution. And we did that for a couple of reasons. Number one, we wanted simplicity. Number two, the legislation that was passed here in Oregon explicitly stated that we could not impose any liability under federal ERISA laws, and we felt that the IRA with its safe harbor clauses provided the best opportunity to live up to that expectation of the state legislature. And of course, we've continued to work with the federal government and the Department of Labor to ensure that things are unfolding at the federal level in a way that we want to have it done. We could have continued to throw money at the problem. In Oregon, there were suggestions that if only we would invest more in financial literacy, if only we could offer more tax credits to encourage more savings, if only we could encourage the media to communicate the dire need for people to save for retirement, the problem would go away. And what we quickly found as we met with other people and heard testimony was that we needed a structural change. Just fundamentally, there were reasons why we as human beings, even with 20,000 plus private sector products, there are structural barriers and impediments to us being able to save. And so this plan that we ultimately settled on seeks to overcome those impediments and those barriers. We focused on offering a non-ERISA plan, an IRA. We wanted to make sure that it was available at every place of employment that didn't have access to an employer. And it was I'll even underscore this again, it was very, very important to the state legislature that we have adequate public oversight. And that's what the board, who was recognized earlier, all of the members are here this morning. The reason they are impaneled is to provide public oversight and transparency for the program, even though there is no liability for the taxpayers. And even though the program is self-supporting and will not be funded by the taxpayers, it was still very important to the legislature that we had that oversight. There were a couple of challenges. There was a lot of misinformation out there. I deliberately goaded you in my opening remarks. A lot of people still believe that Social Security is there to protect them during their retirement. I just want to point out, in case anybody isn't scared enough, the average payout for retirement through Social Security in the state of Oregon is a little over $1,200 per month. And that may work for you, but for the vast majority of people, that will not be sufficient for them in their circumstances. There is clearly a lack of financial literacy. That is not just an Oregon problem, that is a national problem. It filters all the way up to the top levels of Congress. There in Oregon was this unique concern about a PERS-like liability. Even some very smart, very thoughtful legislators, right up until the final day of the vote, believed that these funds would be commingled with our public employee retirement security savings fund. And of course, legally that can't happen, as many of you know, but that was a real fear that people had because of the overwhelming liability placed on taxpayers by PERS. And of course, this is a new area, so it requires a lot of thinking. We had some strengths. We're a small state, so we felt like it would be a little bit easier for us to implement a program. We clearly had support from our legislature, particularly the majority offices. That was a critical component, and we worked hard to keep them in the loop and help them understand the importance of this. And not insignificantly, the parallel between this program and the 529 college savings program, that repeatedly came up as a strength. We've done a great job of administering our 529 college savings program. People understand it. It's run by a private sector provider, but it has a board for public accountability and transparency, so people could already understand the basic model of how this would function, and that was really helpful, particularly in our conversations with legislators. I'll just stop there.
I'm going to start with the first question because I'm sitting up here. Think about questions, put your arm up, and I'll catch it afterwards. Firstly, what are some of the issues you're wrestling with as the plan is getting put together? Some of the nitty-gritty, some of the things that are like sticking in the way that you're having problems with.
To me?
Yes.
I'm eager to hear these guys
well,
too.
What we're going to
People
do
are
is we're going to
tired
have.
of me. Okay, very good. What were some of the sticking points? I would say, in order, number one, a philosophical belief that government doesn't have a role to play in retirement security, that this is a private sector enterprise, that there are plenty of programs that are available in the private sector through the private sector market. We heard from a number of employers who said, listen, I offer a state-of-the-art 401k complete with a match, and still there are people who will choose not to do it. There was concern that some people that were trying to reach a lower income just won't be able to do it. They're already living hand to mouth. They're really struggling with rent payments, food payments, payments for medicine, and they're not going to be able to take even 1% out of their current paycheck for retirement. But what we realized was, this can't be about no. This has got to be about getting to yes. We're not going to get everybody in this program, but we're going to get some large number of people. There's 1 million people in this state who qualify under the legislation, the framework that was created for this plan. We're not going to get all 1 million people, but if we can get 300,000, 400,000, or 500,000 of them on the road to retirement security, that's a big, big step in the right direction.
Do you foresee any organized plan to try and stop people from, because it's opt-out, so people just get opt-in when they start to work, then it happens without you knowing it's being taken out of your paycheck for a while. Kind of, that was my experience. But do you see any organized opposition in terms of writing letters or anything to like stop people from doing it?
No, not really. I mean, frankly, I believe in constructive debate and constructive opposition. That's just sort of my view of the world. And frankly, we had some very smart, well thought out opposition to this program, not just philosophical, but people raised real concerns, legitimate concerns. What does this mean for a small business owner or an operator? What if they don't have a payroll system? What if they're in a type of business where employees come and then they go? I believe by raising these questions, the opposition did us a service. They did us a favor by pointing out potential problems or oversights in our planning process. And I just want to put a shout out to the members of the board that are here today. One of the very first things we did after the bill was signed was we invited people who still oppose this program to continue to work with us. I think it's very important to have the opposition in the room helping us make this plan as successful as possible, even if they don't like it and don't think it should exist. It's really important that their interests and their needs be addressed. And I'm actually really proud of those guys because they didn't like it, they held their nose, but they've stayed at the table and they are helping to strengthen this plan. I think it's critically important that the opposition be here so we don't get into a groupthink type of situation, and we've all seen where that leads in the state of Oregon when everybody's just nodding their head yes. There's got to be people in the room who also are willing to say no and be very articulate about where they have problems or concerns. That strengthened this bill, in my opinion.
Any questions, anybody? I'm going to continue just with a couple more with Ted, and then we'll move on to Mr. Every. The protection, if I was an employer, I would be kind of concerned about setting up something as complex as this and being protected from any fiduciary problems that might get involved. What do you say to them? Do you say, you should set it up over there with somebody else, or you got to hire somebody else to put it together? What do you say to them to get them on your side?
So there are still many decisions to be made that the board has not yet made. And one of the critical questions is, what is the relationship between the employee, the employer, and the provider of the service? In an ideal world, assuming that cost and administrative hassle factor and legal issues aren't a factor, in an ideal world, I walk in as an employee, you're my employer, you hand me a packet and say, there you go. And then if I do not fill out the form that says I'm opting out, you deduct some percentage from my payroll. We'll have a default payroll deduction, but I might choose to do more than that. And you will administer it the same way you administer other payroll withholdings. And that's the ideal scenario, but we're weighing some of these other factors, the cost, the hassle factor, some of the legal liability implications. But our goal from the beginning of this, and our pledge publicly, repeatedly, to the legislature and to the business community, is that we are absolutely going to be relentless in reducing the cost, the hassle factor, and mitigating legal liability to employers throughout this process. That is critically important for this to be successful.
Okay.
And it's a requirement, by the way, of the legislation.
I've got one more question. Anybody else before we move on? So in my 529 plan in 2008, after the economy tanked, I looked at that, and it would have been better for me to put it under the mattress. Now that's different now, but I do remember you being dragged, I think it was you, somebody at the state treasurer at the time, being dragged over the coals for, I think it was like public perception, and in terms of where the money is invested and how stable it is and things like that. What are you proposing to protect people and to make sure they get decent returns but not too risky, that kind of thing?
So again, these are decisions to be made in the future. There's a couple of potential scenarios. Number one, our board has had good conversations about trying to accommodate everybody's specialty needs versus limited options that make it cost-effective, easy, and understandable. I don't think I'm getting too far ahead of the group, and somebody please raise your hand and disagree if I am. I think we are veering pretty heavily on the side of make it easy, simple, straightforward. And in the early years, it's also possible that we'll create more stable asset type investments so that in the early years, if we have a volatile market, people aren't immediately seeing problems in their balance. We all just know if people open up that first or second or third statement and it's negative, that's the end of the game for those folks. They're going to say, well, I tried it, I gave it my best, and it's not for me. On the 529 side, when we ran into this problem during 2008, we actually created an asset protection option, and I know that the board is very interested in weighing a similar asset protection option.
Okay. Good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Mark Every, I've pronounced that correctly. He is the Senior Advisor to the Secretary and Deputy Assistant Secretary for Retirement and Health Policy at the U.S. Department of Treasury. In recent years, he's been recognized as one of the 30 top financial players in the nation and number 3 among the 100 most influential people in 401k. So you sound like the right person to be here. So I think we're going to do the same. We'll have your speech, and then we'll follow up with questions afterwards.
Christian, thanks. I am a Senior Advisor to the Secretary of the Treasury in Washington, D.C., and I'd first like to thank Aspen, Ida, Jeremy, your colleagues for all that you do in this area and in many other areas. And I'd like to thank, for their leadership, Governor Brown, Treasurer Wheeler, California Treasurer Chung, California Senate President Pro Tem Kevin De Leon, whom I've been working with on this for more than a decade now, my former Treasury colleague, Representative Tobias Reed, members of the board, Lisa Messina and your team. This is a terrific and exciting effort. You are on the brink of a breakthrough in retirement savings coverage. This is, in a sense, parallel to the pursuit of universal coverage in healthcare Here we're talking about the pursuit of near universal coverage in retirement security, retirement savings. I've been asked to talk a little about how this savings strategy originated and what the federal government role is. We've had a retirement coverage problem, lack of access to retirement plans, lack of participation in retirement plans in this country for decades now. The governor said it very well. Treasurer Wheeler said it very articulately. The problem is one that we all share, including people on the conservative side of the spectrum who want to make sure that we don't have unnecessary government programs, that we don't have bigger government than is needed in the future to take care of people on the progressive side who particularly want to make sure that all Americans have the ability to live in dignity when they are retired and throughout their lives, and that those who are most often left out of the system, the lower income people, moderate income people, minorities, are included and not left behind. The story goes all the way back to the 1990s. When I was at the US Treasury at that time, my responsibilities included overseeing the private pension system, 401ks, IRAs, pension plans, etc., policy and regulation. We developed two solutions that we wanted to try to address this coverage crisis. One was recognizing that we have a voluntary retirement system in our country, and recognizing, as you were saying, Ted Wheeler, that people are something like 15 times as likely to save if they're in an employer plan as if they're on their own, having to set up an IRA without the benefit of the workplace and the employer to help them take the initiative and make the various decisions and implementation steps. We've tried to encourage employers to sponsor plans, and many people in this room, Lou Minsky, Judy Miller, other leaders here, and Will Sandbrook in particular under the UK effort, have been working to get more employer plans into our system. But we know that we have not been able to break through, that many, many small businesses, a majority of them, are not willing to sponsor a plan. What we suggested back in the late 90s was at least employer, use your unused capacity to help people save. Use your payroll system, your withholding for taxes, your withholding for unemployment insurance, etc. Let people have the ease of saving through their paycheck. Automatic payroll deductions continue once they start, and let folks use your payroll system even if you don't want to sponsor a 401k or another plan with the various ERISA requirements and tax code qualification requirements that entails. We called it the payroll deduction IRA. It was a total flop. We put it out there, the Treasury, IRS, where I was, our partners at the Labor Department, the take-up was abysmal. Voluntarily, if employers don't want to sponsor a plan, they could at least have a payroll deduction IRA. We then turned to another idea. Millions who are eligible for 401ks don't participate. Why? Partly because they need to take the initiative to sign up. Procrastination, just not sure how to invest your contributions or how much to contribute, those decisions you have to make. So we suggested in 1998 automatic enrollment. Treasury came out with a ruling that defined this idea that people could be opted into a plan automatically, and if they want to opt out, they still have freedom of choice. But the initiative is on the side of having to opt out. The inertia is on the side of being in the plan. We defined it, approved it under the tax laws and the 401k rules, named it automatic enrollment in order to encourage people to think of automatic investment next, like default investments in diversified assets, like target date funds or balanced funds, et cetera, automatic leakage restrictions, rollovers, keeping money in the plan, automatic annuities, lifetime income. And that, at first, also was a very slow starter. Lonely if you were encouraging that in the late 1990s. But after a couple of years, it began to take off. And by 2005-6, at least a third of the US 401k, larger 401k market was using automatic enrollment, and the political spectrum accepted it. In fact, Congress got in touch with us and asked repeatedly how they could help. We encouraged them to pass some legislation, Pension Protection Act of 2006, that Aspen will be highlighting at another function later this week, to encourage coverage. Later, when I was out of government at the Brookings Institution, I got together with a senior fellow at the Conservative Heritage Foundation think tank, and we put these pieces together. Why not try to encourage a breakthrough in coverage by using automatic enrollment, which has been very successful in the 401k world, to get especially lower income people, African American people, Latinos, and others who'd been saving less in 401ks, who've not been participating, into the plans, and do it for people who don't have access to a plan. So payroll deduction IRAs with auto enrollment into them. And that's the origin of the concept that you so creatively have been leading on in Oregon and in California. The concept has been hearkening back to Governor Brown's "We are all in this together," has been a bipartisan one from the outset. Senator Gordon Smith, Republican, was one of the first people who reached out to my co-author and me in 2006, saying this is a great idea. Republicans should love this. Democrats should love this. Can we introduce it and co-sponsor it? We got Democrats and Republicans asking us to co-sponsor this idea as a bill. Excuse me. And finally, it was introduced, but has not moved in the U.S. Congress, partly as a consequence of the politics around Obamacare and the attempt to achieve universal coverage in healthcare. So, again, in the mid-2000s, I approached the National Association of State Treasurers when they asked me to speak to them, and National Association of State Legislators, and asked if they'd be interested in facilitating, consistent with ERISA, consistent with federal preemption of state laws regarding pensions, but facilitate and help with a breakthrough, to achieve a breakthrough in coverage in the United States. The first state I heard from after that speech was Oregon. And I think that was the origin of what you were referring to, Treasurer Wheeler, that study and initial work in this state. Second was California. We started working on that, and that is now, as Treasurer Chung will be telling us, moving forward in a very encouraging way. So that is the way this idea originated, and the states are applying their creativity, intelligence, practical smarts, work with people on all sides of the issue to try to actually make it happen. And for that, I think everyone should be grateful. The president has noted that meanwhile, while his automatic IRA proposal, and he endorsed this even before he was elected, is still pending in Congress, and incidentally, his opponent, Senator John McCain, endorsed it as well during their election campaign, as have the former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Reagan and President Clinton, as have the New York Times editorial page and the conservative Washington Times chief political correspondent, and others across the spectrum. The president has said that he is delighted that the states are moving forward. He encourages them to do that. He's directed the Labor Department to issue regulations to encourage it, and Secretary of Labor Tom Perez has, with great enthusiasm and effectiveness, been leading that effort and developing regulations that we hope will soon become final. Finally, I would mention that in conjunction with all of this, we have developed at Treasury a much less ambitious, but we think useful tool called the MyRA, not to be confused with this automatic enrollment approach that is being pursued here in California, in a number of other states, and in the UK, as we'll hear from Will Sandbrook later on this morning. This is a MyRA, My Retirement Account, is a Roth IRA with a single investment. Keep it simple, U.S. savings bond. No downside risk, cannot lose value, no fees, 0 fees for the individual or the employer if the employer decides to help people save in it. And we are offering that as a voluntary option for individuals who want to save in it, for employers that want to help their employees save in it, and a number of the states have approached us to ask whether it might be incorporated in some way in their programs or whether it might help them achieve the broader, more ambitious goal of automatic IRA, and we're happy to help in that way as well. Christian, happy to take questions.
Yeah, thanks very much. Anybody got any questions right out of the gate? I have one. One of the legal opinions that allows Oregon to move forward is basically saying ERISA doesn't apply to employee. I may get this wrong. I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on the radio. So, but basically, employers are no longer subject to these ERISA protections. Is there any concern that some employers might get sticky fingers and then, give the whole program, a bad name from that kind of, what kind of protections are out there, or what should Oregon do, I suppose is the question.
Let me put this in perspective, Christian. ERISA is a good thing. Right? These are federal worker protection laws that I think most of us would generally agree are positive and do protect workers, whatever one's views are as to reforms around the edges or details. We encourage employer plans that comply with ERISA. We encourage employers to adopt those plans, but some employers, the small businesses in particular, are concerned about the compliance costs that go with those worker protections. And so the payroll deduction IRA is an attempt to fly below the radar, if you will, to have a plan that has contribution allowances that are much smaller than regular ERISA or tax qualified plans. $5,500 a year in an IRA. An IRA is generally not subject to all of these protections. It's subject to some of the fiduciary rules under Labor Department's new regulations, but it's not subject to most of the regulation. So employers that don't want to sponsor a plan, which is our first priority to persuade them to do that, have at least the ability very easily and at virtually no cost to let their employees save in a 401k-like experience for the consumer by having automatic payroll deduction. And labor has said that the ERISA compliance responsibilities don't get triggered if the employer is required by a state to automatically enroll its employees in an IRA. That's exactly what Oregon is doing. That's exactly what California is working to do, and what several other states have also been working on.
Okay. Yeah, we've got a question.
Can we spin that question just a slightly different way? I agree with Mark that ERISA is a good thing, and it provides workers with protections. So if we're not subject to ERISA, how are we going to protect workers?
Well, great question. And to finish my response in answer to that, this is an area where the worker protections are coming from the state law, or in the federal version from the federal statute. There are still protections against the employer making off with the money, for example, which is a rare instance, but something we've got to be vigilant about. It does happen once in a while, especially when a small business gets in trouble, is about to go under, and panics and borrows the withholdings, quote unquote, from the employees. So there are protections for this much smaller, simpler plan that are in place, but the degree of regulation needed is less because we're dealing with smaller amounts of money, much smaller than qualified plans. 401k, you can put in $18,000 a year of your own salary, $53,000 a year employer plus employee money. Payroll deduction IRA, $5,500, only the employee's money. And that is why we don't have non-discrimination rules and a lot of other protections that we need when the dollars are larger and the temptations are correspondingly greater. But we do have basic protections. Basic fiduciary rules apply to the advisors who give investment advice, and employers would not be permitted to just make off with the funds.
Okay. I've got one follow-up. And this is maybe for me as much as anybody else in the room. I just need to understand the opposition a bit better. I understand opposition for the people who say, I don't have any money. I don't know where I'm going to find this from. But do you have people wandering up and down the halls in Congress who are with the banks who are saying, we've already got these set up. We don't want the government doing it. Is that where the main opposition is coming from?
Christian, we have many people wandering up and down the halls in Congress, lobbyists. Some of them are saying that, but frankly, the opposition arguments ring hollow. They ring hollow because the government is now, it's a little like the people who say, keep the government out of my Medicare. Don't let the government get into Medicare, they'll screw it up. The government is now subsidizing, the taxpayers are, the private pension system to the tune of $130, $140 billion a year, according to conventional estimates, maybe smaller numbers according to other ways of viewing it, but bottom line, very large infusion of capital. The taxpayers are like the equity in a deal. They're infusing capital in this transaction for the public policy purpose of providing retirement security over and above our first pillar of Social Security, providing supplemental retirement security and savings to the American public. So the government has a huge, not the government, the taxpayers have a huge investment in this system, and the people who object to having the government get involved in perfecting the system, in expanding the coverage from 2/3 of the workforce to all of the workforce, are less and less vocal because they are increasingly realizing that the best way to preserve the tax-favored employer-based private pension system that this country has and that has amassed the largest pool of investment capital in the history of mankind, the best way to preserve it is to make it more fair, to make it more equitable, to broaden it and include everybody who can afford to save. And that's what these programs are about, a breakthrough in coverage, finally moving from about 2/3 of the American working families having access to realistically easy, convenient ways to save, and giving everybody access. A few people don't need it, a few people can't afford to save, but that's at the margins. Tens of millions of middle-income families and blue-collar families and working people, lower income, moderate income, are out of the system now and can easily be brought into the system at little cost, little effort, and no threat to the existing employer plan system. Indeed, the opposite, Christian. If we have all the small employers in the country seeing that payroll deduction saving works, that employees like to accumulate assets of their own, that their spirits are lifted, that they become more responsible, they feel a greater part of society, that the cycle of debt that constantly affects so many of us, the payday loans, the huge amounts of credit card debt, people have a way to break out of that and feel like they're finally making progress. That's what this is about. And from the employer's standpoint, that small business owner, he or she will see that having a tax-favored way to save for their workers is good for recruitment, good for retention of valued workers, and good for morale. And they, we hope, will step up in many cases and adopt a 401k or an ERISA governed retirement plan.
All right. Well, thanks very much. You got 1 minute and 50 seconds more than your time, so well done, according to my account here.
Happy to make up for it in the future.
All right, thank you. Treasurer John Chang, he's the Treasurer of California. He oversees, or is sitting on the governing boards of the nation's two largest public pension funds, that's CalPERS, and also the California State Teachers Retirement System, CalSTRS. I think my mother-in-law is one of the recipients of that, so thanks for your work too.
Very good.
Thanks very much.
Well, good morning and delighted to be with all of you. As Mark did, I want to begin by thanking the Aspen Institute, in particular Ida, Jeremy, and Kesey, in her first year, so I apologize for not pronouncing that correctly, and then the Oregon Retirement Savings Program for this opportunity to join all of you. In that context, as the governor mentioned, both Tobias Reed and I are Rodell Fellows, so thank you for this further opportunity to participate. So Oregon and California and Illinois have taken the same pathway as to how we're going to approach retirement security program, and I just wanted to thank and congratulate Treasurer Wheeler and his extraordinary leadership, making sure that Oregon is moving aggressively on this particular front. To give you a context of where California has been, we've had discussions, and as Mark alluded to, our current Senate President Pro Tem, when he was an Assembly member, wanted to advance this issue. He was not the only person that wanted to have this type of discussion. Multiple people over a period of time came to both CalPERS and CalSTRS and said, can we get CalPERS and CalSTRS to pick up private sector participants in this program? The CalPERS Investment Board was very concerned, well actually CalPERS, strike that, CalPERS investment staff was particularly concerned because they didn't want to subject us to perhaps further IRS scrutiny in regards to having some public program handle private sector participation in regards to retirement savings. So that pathway was eliminated, or at least that conversation didn't further develop. Kevin DeLeon continued to proceed, and then ultimately he came with the plan that we have today. So in 2012, we had legislation enacted that would create the Retirement Security Board. No public assets would be used. So over the first couple of years, we spent time trying to raise about $1 million, contributions from Ford, from Pew, from AARP, from a few others created the authority. And so last year we were working on the two tests that it had to meet, legal and financial feasibility. After hiring outside consultants, we determined it's possible. The original construction of the legislation was that we wanted to have people participate, that we would have an automatic contribution of about 3% as we go forward, and it passed its first House, where, as I mentioned, the author Kevin DeLeon presides over. It passed on a party vote. Today it stands before the State Assembly. It's supposed to go up perhaps sometime this week. We're rather encouraged. The design today is that we would start off with about 5%. I removed the word automatic because the option in California is this. The employer has a choice. If the employer chooses to enact their own retirement plan, then they fall outside of the application of secure choice. If they choose not to enact their own retirement proposal for their own employees, then it would be 5 or more. And this is where I give tremendous kudos to Oregon. You start off with 0, so you are more universal in your application. That would, frankly, from my perspective, be ideal for every state to enact some type of legislation going forward with that. We're at 5, and to give you a context, in California you have 7.5 million people who work. We're a state of 39.2 million people as of the December census who work but aren't qualified by a retirement plan. with the application of secure choice and 5 or more employees, we would cover about 6.8 million people in California. And to give you other context, we're a state that, if you look at it, we have 3 out of every 10 seniors who don't have sufficient funds to cover their basic security needs. Median income for a senior in California is below $22,000. Those who are most impacted are women. 7 out of every 10 women who are seniors live in great financial challenges, and we're a very, very diverse state. So at the bottom quarter, it's disproportionately represented by Latinos and African Americans. And so that's the universe that we would be greatly assisting if we enabled them to provide for some type of retirement savings. And so in that particular context, California, as we had going for a vote, we flipped it in regards to, we looked at more the implementation at the outset than going back to legislation. So after we determined its legal feasibility and financial feasibility, it went back to the legislature as to where it stands now. We sort of had the reverse approach. Both approaches just work well in operation and practice. And so I'm trying to save the time. That's where we are today in California.
Yeah, great. Any questions here? Yes, in the back?
A really fundamental question. What happens if we successfully get all kinds of people saving in this program, and then they save for years and years and years, and they reach retirement age, and there's still not enough for decent retirement security? Because that indeed has been the experience with the 401k, and was also the experience with Chile, which was the first country to do this on a massive scale.
Yeah, so we know that we want to provide greater retirement comfort. This doesn't answer the entire question in regards to retirement security. We well understand that traditionally it's been a 3-pronged approach, right? It was Social Security, and it wasn't even really Social Security beginning, right? It's part of the insurance. It was supposed to be self-savings, and it's supposed to be employer-provided savings. So it's the aggregation of those streams of income from those sources that provided some type of retirement security. But the fact that you don't have, or you have so many people not participating in these programs, breaks down one of the streams of income. So we're just trying to make sure that we reestablish a program that would provide greater incentives. We know the huge disparities between those who have and those who have not are oftentimes the financial products and its accessibility to participating in those projects or those products. So we want to make sure that we re-beef up those opportunities for all individuals across the spectrums so that they have better opportunities.
Yes, lady in the... I think this may be the last question because I'm looking at the time, it's 9:20, but anybody else come up afterwards and put your questions. Go ahead.
So I have a question for California. You're a little ahead of us in Oregon. What are you thinking about or putting in place around the financial education piece? How to, particularly targeting folks of low income who are perhaps reticent or risk averse, who don't feel like they have that extra money to put aside. So do you have a program in the state to engage in financial education for folks who will be successful in the program?
So not directly through this program, right? Because part of it is in trying to reduce the concerns, the objections of the interested parties, and as Mark alluded to, there are many, right? You had some from the larger chambers. We have huge support from the smaller chambers and especially the ethnic chambers. In fact, if you look at the AARP's polling of small businesses, 73% support some type of program such as the one that we're moving forward with in California. In trying to minimize employer objections and their representatives of, right, we only have two responsibilities that we've imposed upon them. Number one is that to pass out the information as to participating in secure choice, and then the payroll contribution function, the component would be the second, the obligation that they would be passed upon to them. However, we have a whole host of other programs that we try to work to try to coordinate. So when I was in my previous position, the state controller, the state's chief fiscal officer, I had legislation passed that created a financial literacy council, worked on different programs. So we're going to try to coordinate a lot of those programs to enhance and provide better education. But Ted emphasized emphatically, right, it's building those types of partnerships so that everybody's involved. It's not going to work just through government. In California, we have extraordinary wealth inequality. So there are the deep and extensive efforts as to how you empower communities. I call them creating communities of opportunity, so that you reach out to as many people to try to educate them, to create community success, and that includes the fundamental tenet of making sure that they get good education.
Okay.
If I may add just one word, the platform for financial education and financial capability is being provided here. What the states are doing and what we'd like the whole country to do by providing this easy way to save would be to help inculcate that lifelong saving habit in tens of millions of working households. And there's no better way, we found, to achieve greater financial literacy than actually doing, learning by doing, having a little bit of a nest egg of your own, watching it accumulate, making decisions about it. So this is integral to the whole cause of financial literacy and financial capability.
Okay. Well, thanks very much. I think we've got to cut it off here because it's 9:25. I think these gentlemen will be around afterwards, maybe if you want to collar them. But we want to hear what the Brits are doing. So, thanks very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Good seeing you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. So we're now going to move over to this side of the room. I'm going to just do a very brief introduction for Will Sandbrook. So you may be asking yourself, why are we going to be listening to what's going on in the UK? And as several speakers have alluded to, Treasurer Wheeler, Mark, Treasurer Chung, the key to making all these programs work for people who who aren't currently saving is access. Access to a plan at work. The UK is several years ahead of us. Will has been working with, he works for something called the National Employment Savings Trust, which is a national model in the United Kingdom that works in very similar ways to what Mark tried to do originally at the federal level, what California, Oregon, Connecticut, and other states are trying to do here. So they have several years of very relevant experience, and they've been incredibly generous with their time and their expertise in Washington, D.C., out here in Oregon, and several other states to help help states work through all of the key challenges that are going to be necessary to make these programs a success. How do you build the back end? How do you design the program? How do you communicate with citizens in a state? How do you communicate with employers? There's a whole series of complicated decisions that Lisa and the staff here in Oregon are working through, that Will and his team are several years down the line. They're doing a really fantastic job. The program is rolling out in a really great way, and it's an incredible privilege to have them here to help share this experience, which will shed light on what we need to do here in Oregon and states across the country. So please join me in welcoming Will Sandbrook, the Director of Strategy for UK's Next.
Well, I want to start by thanking Jeremy for that very generous introduction about what we've done in the UK, and thanking both the Aspen Institute and the folks involved here in the Oregon program for inviting me to come and speak with you. We've been watching with real interest how things have progressed in the various state level initiatives that have been going on here, and so it's a really fantastic opportunity for me to come and talk to you a bit about what we've done and hopefully share some experiences we've had that may be of relevance for you. I should start by saying, as Jeremy very kindly said, we're several years ahead of you, but in fact we stole all of our ideas from you. A few years ago, we worked with Mark, with his colleague David John, with some academics here, Shlomo Benartzi and David Laibson, and really borrowed an awful lot of that experience from the late 90s and early 2000s that was going on in the corporate sector here, and started to take some of the ideas that Mark's talked about to implement those at a public policy level. So if there are things that I share with you today that are helpful to you, then you should see that very much as returning a favour. We got all ideas from you in the first place. I do have a few slides, not too many, but I'll just use them to kind of try and keep the conversation going. And also, I found in talking to audiences like this that I'm very bad at predicting exactly which bits of our story you'd want to hear. So I'm going to try and restrict my remarks to about 15, 20 minutes and leave plenty of time for questions afterwards. So I've been billed as talking about how we did it and what we learned. I should probably start by describing a little bit more in detail what the IT has been. So in the UK, prior to 2006, we'd seen a long-term and steady decline in second pillar retirement saving, aligned to the move, much as here, from defined benefit plans in the corporate sector towards defined contribution. And that decline was both in participation levels and also in the generosity of contributions. There had been a number of discussions at the UK government level about how to resolve this already by the middle of the last decade. It was an area of real concern, and we'd already tried a couple of things. In particular, I'll highlight two. So we'd already passed a coverage measure. In 2003, we passed a law requiring that all employers with more than 5 employees made access available to their employees to what in effect was a payroll deduction IRA, that they made access available to a non-contributory DC plan through payroll for their employees, but on an opt-in basis. And the second thing we tried was we took a legal power that would enable us to require employers to run financial education programs in the workplace towards supporting retirement plan coverage. And in order to understand whether to use that power, we also ran some pilots with a number of volunteer employers to see what kinds of workplace intervention on a financial education and literacy basis might help. And as has been sort of hinted at, certainly, or explicitly pointed out by Mark in the case of the payroll deduction IRA, neither of those things had any impact whatsoever. So very few people took up the access to the plan that we'd required people make available, and almost nobody, in spite of pilots that covered several thousand workers, almost nobody started retirement saving as a consequence of those pilots. And that was kind of the beginning of the end in the UK, at least for a time, of the rational choice model of how to get people saving for retirement. So we started to move away from a model where we believed that a combination of the right products and financial education would get people saving, and towards one that leaned much more heavily on the kind of behavioral economics school of thought. So in 2006, we passed a number of measures to try to make the system more sustainable for the long term. Some of those are not really the focus of today. They were changes to our Pillar 1 system, the equivalent of your social security. So the first of those was that we made our Pillar 1 benefit a simpler, more generous, but flat rate for everybody benefit of around £150 per week. And because that was an increase in generosity, in order to be able to afford that, we also introduced a predetermined schedule of increases to the age of eligibility to that benefit in line with future expected rises in life expectancy. And then the other plank of that reform agenda was the introduction of mandatory automatic enrolment to address private pension saving coverage in the private sector. And there are, broadly speaking, kind of 4 elements to that set of changes that we made. So firstly, all employers are required now by law to automatically enrol most of their workers, their eligible workers, into a qualifying plan. I'll come back to the idea of eligibility and the idea of a qualifying plan later on in some of my further comments. The employee has the right to opt out, much as you're describing here, but if they don't, there's an 8% minimum overall contribution on a band of their earnings, and at least 3% of that has to come from the employer. The employer can contribute a higher proportion of the 8 if they want to, and both the employer and the employee can contribute over and above the 8 if they want to, but as a minimum, 8% of a band of earnings, of which at least 3 must come from the employer. Employers can set their own plan up, or they can buy one off the shelf, an insurance plan or a commercial plan, similar in some respects to a 401k model. And then you have Nest. So at its simplest level, Nest is simply one of the qualifying plans that employers can use to meet their obligations, but with one major point of uniqueness relative to other plans, and that's that we have a legal obligation to accept any employer who comes to us wishing to use us, irrespective of the characteristics of their workforce. And the idea there was to ensure that if we put this mandate on employers, we need to be sure that they can all find at least one low-cost, high-quality plan for their workers that meets their needs, and that's where our legal obligation comes from. At this point, it's maybe worth just highlighting a couple of the differences, as I understand them, between the UK system and the US system, not least because I think understanding those differences is as important as understanding any similarities and then trying to work out which of the lessons from our experience might be the most relevant to you. Firstly, I mean, clearly the UK and the US are in many respects kind of culturally and politically similar, but there are also a couple of critical differences. I like to say that as well as being geographically between mainland Europe and the USA, we're also culturally between mainland Europe and the USA. And in particular, that's true in terms of our acceptance of perhaps relatively more of a role for the state in certain aspects of the social system in the UK. The NHS is maybe the most obvious example, but I think in this case, it's also something that's been critical in enabling a greater base level of acceptance around the idea of mandatory deductions, mandates both on employers and on individuals, than has perhaps been the case here. I think it's been an easier thing to do in the UK. And politically, of course, we also generally have single-party majority governments, which means that passing legislation, more difficult, more controversial legislation, is also perhaps a little bit easier on the whole than it at least sometimes is in your case. Secondly, there are some important differences in the structure of the retirement system. I've already referred to our state pension equivalent to your social security system. Your social security system is more generous than our state pension system, in particular at the lower end of the income distribution. It enables a greater degree of income replacement for lower and moderate earners in your system than we have in ours. And there are also some important differences on the private pension savings side, not the least of which, perhaps most importantly, is there's some big differences in our fiduciary framework to yours. So in the UK, there are no fiduciary obligations on the employer in any part of private pension saving. In effect, the employer, under the new regime, if they select a qualifying plan, enroll their workers into it, that's the end of any liability for the employer. The equivalent fiduciary obligations in the UK system generally sit with the plan. So either the plan is run in trust, in which case it's subject to trust law and a traditional understanding of the fiduciary duty, or it's run under contract, in which case it has a treating customers fairly obligation under our regulatory framework. But most of that fiduciary responsibility and liability around plan design, set up, the obligation to the worker sits on the plan side and not the employer side, which I think has been a very important difference actually in where we've gone compared to some of the state level initiatives that we see here. Finally, there's possibly a small difference in the way that plans are constructed in the UK. So when I talked earlier about employers picking a plan off the shelf, and in part because of that difference in where the fiduciary responsibility lies, DC plans in the UK tend to be, as it were, kind of soup to nuts off the shelf plans offered by a single provider. They may outsource elements of that, record keeping or fund management in the background, but it's very much, as the employer and the employee sees it, a relationship with a single commercial entity providing the end-to-end of a DC pension scheme. So that's enough context. What have we done? What have we learned? How did we get to where we've got to today? And I'll start at the end with the observation that most importantly, it works, mostly. So the lesson from the UK, at least, is that this type of reform, leveraging automatic enrolment to expand coverage, has been highly, highly successful in driving higher take-up. So this is the slide that I showed you earlier on that's shown the relative decline over time in coverage of private pension provision within the private sector in the UK. And we've gone from a scenario where we had around 55% of people actively saving into a workplace pension 15 or so years ago, to a scenario 15, 20 years ago, to a scenario where, as of 2011, that had fallen to around 45%. In 2012, we introduced mandatory automatic enrolment on employers, and that's what has happened subsequently. So we've gone back from 45% to around 65%. That represents about 6 million more people actively saving in a workplace plan than were saving before. And as I'll talk a bit in a minute, that's only part way through a rollout. That 6 million number, that 65%, will head up beyond 70 by the time we've finished implementing our program. I thought I'd give you a little bit more detail about how that opt-out, how that coverage has been achieved. So the headline here is that in Nest, at least, the opt-out rate among enrollees is around 7.5%. When we were legislating for our program, the government estimate was that it would be between 15 and 35%. So that 7.5% is materially below what people told us they would do in primary research, and also what we expected from looking around the world at some other experience. 7.5%, so far a real success story. There are really only two characteristics we can identify within that figure that show any kind of variation around who opts out and who doesn't. The first of those is age. So on the whole, the older you are at the point you're first enrolled, the more likely you are to opt out. You can see that on the chart here, which also shows the breakdown between men and women, which is where there's almost no variation at all. Just as an interesting aside that perhaps illustrates quite how powerful some of people's underlying behavioural tendencies are here. Changes recently in the UK system have meant that from 55 you can now access all of your DC retirement savings straight away as cash if you want to. That came in 2015, April 2015. You would expect logically that anyone being automatically enrolled over the age of 55 after that point couldn't possibly opt out, could they? Because they're simply turning away free money, and yet the opt-out rate among over 55s went from 21% to 19% in that time. So there are now 19% of people being enrolled into a plan that they could take the money out of the following day and still choosing to opt out. It's just go to show if you believe people are going to act rationally when it comes to their retirement savings decisions, that's unlikely to be borne out in practice. Unfortunately, we don't capture opt-out rates by income for a number of reasons. We have only one very anecdotal data point that could help us to understand opt-out rates by income, and that's people who describe themselves as doctor, and we therefore can't characterize their gender when they're enrolled, and they have a much, much higher opt-out rate. That's extremely anecdotal, but if you expect that people with a postdoctoral qualification of some kind are likely to also have higher income relative to the rest of the plan, then that's perhaps the beginnings of a sign that higher income is also a driver of opt-out. I wouldn't want to call that a definite trend yet, and we wouldn't be able to explain it if it was one, but it's the closest we have to being able to make any observations about opt-out by income. The other characteristic, though, that is very relevant in terms of opt-out behaviour is around when you are enrolled. So in the UK system, as I've described, this mandate on employers requires that from a date you put all of your existing workers who aren't already in a plan into one. But then thereafter, as people leave your company and you bring new people in, essentially that requirement is to enroll them on day one, so you get this kind of labour market churn effect, bringing more people into your plan. And what we see is that the opt-out rate, when you first hit that obligation and you enrol your stock of workers, is rather higher than the opt-out rate for people who then come in during the course of ordinary labour market churn. So between 10 and 15% for people when they're enrolled as part of that initial stock, falling to more like around 5%, or in some cases less when they're enrolled as part of the ordinary course of job churn, which would suggest that over time actually the 7.5% number will come down as a long-run average of opt-out in the system. So why the mostly? Why not a complete success? Well, I think it's important to say that one big lesson we've had from the UK so far is that inertia, whilst extremely powerful in getting people to save in the first place, remains extremely powerful in almost all other respects. And most would agree that coverage, whilst important, is not the be-all and end-all of a sustainable retirement system, which also needs to capture adequacy and long-term sustainability to be a completely coherent system. So if you set your system with defaults that don't go all the way to creating long-term adequacy and sustainability, then what you find is that inertia is a mixed blessing. And here I've pointed out a couple of examples of that. So of those enrolled into Nest, more than 3 million people so far, only around 11% even get as far as coming online and registering their account when they receive their welcome pack. That's the gateway activity to almost every other behaviour that you might want to undertake, because you do almost all of your interaction with the Nest plan online. And that follows through that fewer than 1% of people in the plan have made any active fund choice. Now, we don't think that's a bad thing. The default fund in Nest was designed in the expectation that the vast bulk of people would be best off staying in it, but less than 1% is still a very low number. And we also see less than 1% of people choosing to make any additional contributions over and above the level at which they are defaulted in. So as I say, you can set your system up with a set of defaults and it can address major issues such as coverage, but if those defaults don't also address every other goal that you might have for the system, then what you'll find is that the kind of auto-enrollment based reform takes you some of the way, but it's unlikely to take you all of the way to your end destination. Okay, so I've talked a bit about how it's going. What I wanted to finish off by doing was pulling out a few other of the lessons that I would try and describe from the UK experience. And of course, it's easy with hindsight. Things fall into a more logical pattern when you're looking at them backwards. What I'll describe now is a kind of thematic run through some of the things I think we've taken away from our program. Of course, at the time, it felt absolutely nothing like as thematic or as strategic as this will attempt to make it sound, but still, nonetheless, hopefully some benefit in doing that all the same. So the first is agree the problem before you agree the solution. In 2003, the UK government was under pressure to introduce Australian-style compulsory pension saving as part of a response to having seen the failure of the payroll deduction IRA equivalent as part of the response to trying to address retirement issues in the UK. But uncomfortable with addressing that in the kind of year and a half or so before the 2005 general election, instead what the government did was to appoint an independent pensions commission and ask them to take a bigger, wider look at the overall sustainability of the UK system, and gave them a couple of years to do that. Now, the consequence of that was that the Commission spent the first 12 months of its life essentially setting out a kind of hugely detailed analysis of demographic issues, fiscal and economic trends that would play a role in the UK retirement system if it went unchanged over the subsequent few decades. And by the time they actually came to turn their attention to recommendations, there was therefore already a huge consensus around the need for change based on that kind of policy-free analysis that they had done to start with. And when they eventually reported later in 2005 with actual recommendations, employers, workers, the retirement industry were to a significant degree already on board with the need for some level of change and with the menu from which those changes could be chosen. Which leads on to the importance of consensus, my next observation, and there's been a lot already said in this room, very insightful and important comments about the role of political consensus in driving a programme such as this one. So the Pensions Commission created a broad-based consensus around the need for action and around possible policy responses. And in some respects, it would have been very easy for the government then, 2006, to simply take those and implement them or implement a version of them without much further conversation. The Labour government in 2006 had a comfortable parliamentary majority, was not facing any major issues in passing its legislative programme. But instead, what they did was actually take a couple more years of discussion, consensus building and consultation on the overall plan, but also on a number of the individual components of the reform across party lines and across industry sectors, and didn't legislate until two rounds of legislation, first in 2007 and then again in 2008. And the result of this was a consensus which has given us a huge initial push, a huge amount of momentum and a lot of space in which to implement a set of reforms that, after all, we're still in the process of implementing more than a decade on from that original set of policies being agreed. So consensus is important, but so is clarity. I think a lot of people in this room will recognise that sometimes the best way to achieve consensus is to leave a bit of vagueness at the edges of the detail. And perhaps the vagueness at the edges of the detail in the UK case relate to the role of Nest. So at the time when the idea of Nest was being developed, there was a view that there could be no guarantee that the market on its own would clear in response to the auto-enrollment changes. So it wasn't clear that all employers would be able to access a plan even under a regime where they were mandated to find one. And so there was a large amount of agreement that Nest needed to be established. But there is an inherent tension in launching a state-sponsored plan provider into an existing commercial market. Nest needs to achieve scale and viability to be a long-term success. And while much of that can be achieved while serving parts of the market that most others would be wary of entering, there is inevitably some friction at the margin. The lesson here is that clarity is important, clarity about the expectations being set for the policy and about what that will mean for others in the market. And in the case of setting up some form of state-run or state-sponsored plan, clarity around the role of that plan. Is it some form of monopoly provider for some or all of the automatic enrolment market, or a backstop to catch those that fall through the gaps of that existing market, or is it initially or over time expected to play some direct element of competition with other providers in that market? Each has a different set of challenges, but I guess my point is it's important that you understand those at the beginning and not halfway through. This next one's been referred to already. Keep it simple. So I mentioned earlier the idea of an eligible worker. Creating an idea of the idea of the eligible worker was born out of a desire to constrain automatic enrolment to those who were most likely to benefit from it and to avoid accidentally enrolling people who perhaps would be better off not being enrolled in the first place. But as a consequence of that, there is a significant degree of complexity in our system. So employers have to sort their workers into a number of different groups in order to be compliant with automatic enrolment. Those who have to be enrolled, those who don't have to be enrolled but who can opt in with an employer contribution, those who can opt in but without an employer contribution, and then a group of people who don't have the right to opt in at all. I think with hindsight, while well-intentioned, this was significantly too complicated. It may in fact have been simpler simply to enroll everybody and then use more of a kind of communications and marketing-based approach to help those who perhaps shouldn't have been enrolled in the first place to self-identify and opt out. I certainly think that the employer community would agree in hindsight that would have been a simpler way of doing it, given that, as my old boss used to say, auto-enrollment in the UK is for life, not just for Christmas. Employers essentially have to redo that worker assessment on a pay period by pay period basis to make sure that they're continuing to contribute on behalf of the right people and not the wrong people. And I think that is a significant source of complexity in the UK system. Nearly there, just a couple more. So the next one, slow and steady wins the race. So as I've said, the UK reforms were conceived in 2005. They were legislated in 2007 and 2008. And the first set of obligations on employers kicked in 2012. Even then, the rollout of that program has been heavily staged. So we started rolling out with the largest employers first. We're now in the process of bringing those duties online for employers with fewer than 30 employees, and that won't conclude until next year. We've also phased in the contribution levels. So I talked earlier on about 8% minimum contributions. That's where we will be. Where we've started is 2%, 1% from the employee and 1% from the employer. And the actual 8% mandatory minimum level won't be in place until April of 2019, which is almost 15 years on from the original set of proposals made by the Pensions Commission. No one's saying it couldn't have been done quicker, although there aren't disadvantages to moving slowly. The UK reforms were forged in the fires of the longest period of uninterrupted economic growth since the Industrial Revolution, but then implemented against the backdrop of the worst recession in 100 years. And that raised some problems, and at times even raised the potential that we might turn back. The risk with moving slowly is that it's easier for longer to turn around, as well, of course, as leaving more people uncovered for longer. But the complexity of rolling out a program like Nest shouldn't be underestimated. Prior to 2012, a successful provider in the UK might have set up a few hundred new plans in a year. Last week, Nest had its peak business day, and we set up 900 new plans in a day. So we'll go from 0 to 500,000 employer customers during the rollout of the reforms, and probably to around 5 million members, and we're just one part of the picture. So that slow drumbeat of implementation, while it has its risks, does allow you to learn things as you go and de-risks what can be a very complex operational rollout of really quite a complex program. And the idea of learning lessons leads to the penultimate observation, which is that you don't need to have all of these things known and right before you start. Critical elements of what might be thought of as the ideal system weren't well understood at the start of the UK programme, weren't captured in the initial reforms. So, for example, it's become very clear as we've rolled out that one consequence of bringing more of the labour market into workplace pension saving is that you bring people with much higher labour market churn, and where the employer chooses the plan in the UK, that can lead to a proliferation of people leaving small accounts behind them. We know that, we're seeing it in practice. We don't know what the solution will be yet, but we start from the stronger position of having people in and saving with which to solve that, rather than having to try to solve it at the start. Equally, when the reforms were first rolled out, the terms of eligibility for a qualifying workplace plan were left very light. The idea was to let existing employers and providers piggyback on what was already in place to try to get the reforms going, and we've learned as we've gone that there have been some elements of that those qualifying plan criteria that we would then want to tighten up. And what's happened subsequently is there's been a charge cap implemented for qualifying plans on the default fund within a plan, and also some changes to the rules around commission and advisor charging, but those were things that we were able to implement having seen how the qualifying plan regime was playing out in practice in the early years of automatic enrolment. And finally, on you don't need to have everything now before you start, and this was the topic of one of the questions earlier on. I think we know that for many people 8% won't be enough to drive them towards what they might define as an adequate retirement income. And that's very much the coming debate in UK policy. What happens once we get to 8%, and is it enough? But I think we would say that we start from the huge advantage of having got the plumbing right around automatic enrolment and having the behaviours established of people saving to enable that to be a higher quality debate, rather than having necessarily spent too long at the start trying to optimise what that level would be. Final one then, which is that too much change mid-flight can be destabilising. So the flip side to this is there is such thing as too much change, and with the substantial operational challenge that implementing this program presents, keeping as much stability as possible through the implementation period is important. We've repeatedly returned in the UK to the issue of complexity that I described previously, But so far, we've concluded that actually trying to change the eligibility rules mid-flight would introduce more complexity for providers and operationally than is worth it, and it's probably something that we should wait and deal with once the implementation has been completed. More fundamentally, in the UK case, the last 2 years have seen a much larger scale second wave of reforms as we've come to address how people take their retirement incomes out from the DC system. Something you may have referred to as the freedom and choice agenda, which, among other things, gives people complete flexibility of access to their retirement savings in whatever form they like from age 55. And I guess to some extent this goes back to the trade-off described earlier around taking your time. If you wait long enough, new policy agendas will start to emerge before the old ones have finished being implemented. It's inevitable, and it's not to say that the freedom and choice agenda is in and of itself a bad thing, but I certainly think for us and for other providers, trying to wrap our heads around a change of that complexity and scale while still in the process of rolling out the previous change of complexity and scale in the form of automatic enrollment does represent some challenges. I guess it comes back down really to the optimal balance of how quickly to implement a reform agenda so as to manage the risks of rollout without losing momentum. That's it. Those were the lessons I wanted to try and tease out. I hope that to some degree it's been helpful for you, interesting. It's been a fascinating experience for me to come and hear a bit more about what's going on here and to try and talk to you about this. So I now throw it open to any questions. Thank you very much.
Would you mention or speak on the aspect of oversight, who's really looking over all these investments plans to guarantee that the investments are there when the person retires? And secondly, I didn't hear you mention anything about portability. Are the plans portable?
So oversight comes down to the individual plans. Nest is governed by an independent board of trustees who set investment strategy, including set the default fund and the choice of funds that are available to individuals. It's governed under trust law, which is the sort of equivalent fiduciary framework to what you have around oversight and ensuring that the money's there for people when they come to retire. Portability, yes, most DC plans in the UK, if you want to, you can move your money to another DC plan. When Nest was originally established, there were a couple of constraints placed on Nest to try to ensure that it stayed focused on the kind of lower income target market that it was set up for, and one of those was to prevent transfers into and out of Nest from other plans, but that constraint's being lifted in 2017, and then Nest will operate like any other plan and will be portable.
Will, Lisa, I've just got a question for you around the investment side.
Mm-hmm.
So as I understand the options within Nest, there's a default into a target-based or an age-based
Mm-hmm.
retirement fund. But in addition to that, Nest offers a variety of other choices. You talked a little bit about the small number of people who are making changes.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little bit about your sense of how much opportunity to change investments is needed for folks, and how broad the investment menu should be?
So yeah, so just to summarise, the default fund structure in Nest is 49 target date funds, one per age of retirement, and when you're enrolled, you're put in the fund that aligns to the age at which you'll have eligibility to your Pillar 1 Social Security benefit. There's two choices you can make. You can choose to tell us you're going to retire at a different age, in which case we'll move you to a different retirement date fund, or you can choose one of the other funds that's available. And actually, interestingly, in our target date fund structure, we have something similar to what Treasurer Wheeler was describing. So we have a slightly lower risk allocation in the early years if you're younger when you're first enrolled, for precisely the same reason, to try to build that kind of sense of normativity around saving without risking people seeing an early shock of some kind to their performance and then kind of never coming back to the idea of pension saving again. We call that the foundation phase. In terms of your specific question, what's the kind of right level of choice? So we lent heavily on some of the kind of behavioural literature here to conclude that less choice is probably better. In the UK, some plans have an almost unlimited, we call them self-invested personal pension plans. They have an almost unlimited range of fund choices that you can use, and we were concerned that too much choice would be a bad thing for people. If you look at the Swedish system, where their core system, there are hundreds and hundreds of funds, and still most people stay in the default fund. So we came at this very much from the perspective that we would design a default fund architecture that we believed would work for everybody in the plan. But through some consultation and through sort of view about kind of what's normal in the market, we felt that no choices would be difficult to defend. And so we have a small menu, 4 other things that you can do if you don't want to stay in that target date fund structure. So we have a what we call the high risk fund and the low growth fund. What other people might call the high growth fund and the low risk fund. We call them those things intentionally because we don't particularly want to encourage people to take a lot more risk with their money or to go into unsustainably low risk strategies. But we also have an ethical fund and a Sharia compliant fund.
I'm wondering what types of responsibilities the employers have for enrolling employees. Are they handing employees out a packet? And what types of things were done to help reduce the burdens on employers?
So the obligation on employers is essentially to enrol anybody who earns above a threshold, £10,000 a year, and who's over the age of 22 into a qualifying plan. The debate around how to minimise that burden on employers was pretty extensive, and I think my observation in what I was saying earlier, I'm not sure that in every case we got that right. I mean, I think that that worker assessment challenge that employers face to make sure they're categorising their workers into the right place is a big challenge. It's one that is particularly difficult if your payroll and HR data sets aren't completely perfect, which a lot of employers' data sets aren't. But there was also a lot done to try to minimise the impact on employers, including, as one of the reasons why we've rolled this thing out over such a long time frame, has given employers a very long preparation window, and also one of the reasons why we phased up the contribution levels was so that the bigger cost to employers, which is the actual cost of contributing, would be smoothed out over a number of years.
I think we have time for one more question. Mr. Stern.
Are there incentives beyond marketplace forces to be a more attractive employer that would stimulate an employer to contribute more than the 3% minimum?
A lot of employers, I mean, similar to here, a lot of larger employers in the UK already had much more generous plans in place. I mean, honestly, I think I would question whether they did that for kind of market forces reasons or just kind of historical reasons, really. I mean, a lot of those are employers who came away from defined benefit plans, but only came away as far as quite generous defined contribution plans. And also, I mean, not dissimilar to other countries, provision is better and more generous in those industries that have collective bargaining than in those that don't. One of the big concerns in the UK was that employers who were doing something more generous before this set of reforms would in some sense level their contributions down to this kind of government endorsed level of 8%, and we haven't seen any real evidence of that yet. I think what's tended to happen is if you were an employer who believed in doing this in the past above that level, you probably still believe in doing it now. So by and large, what we've done is kind of pull up the floor rather than see any great levelling out. But whether they choose to do that through kind of labour market forces or for some other reason, I'm not so sure.
Great. All right, great. Thank you. Please join me in thanking
Thank you very
Will
much
for a wonderful presentation. So we're going to take a short break for 15 minutes. There's food and coffee outside, and restrooms are around to your left. If you would, please be back at 10:15. We have 2 more really fantastic panels. Thank you very much. Hey, Tom.
Check, 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 check.
take dumb water. Closer. Okay. Whose iPad is that?
I don't know. And I forgot that I have these for people. I don't know if they
Yeah, people may not. I'll take one. All right, names.
So it's you, Barbara.
Tom. Who's last?
Yes. Question for you. Good. The question is,
Yeah. So.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
Oh,
It was turned down all the way.
awesome. Yeah. Jeremy.
Getting our high chairs.
Yeah, they are.
Yes. I know. I don't know why. Sorry.
That's all right.
Check, check. Oh, look how that nice. That's just lovely.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Checkity. Check, check. Back at you.
Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Sure.
I just need to. So
Well,
it's
let's just.
Barbara, Anthony,
And Luke.
Hey, Doug.
Okay.
Check 1 2.
Check
Check 1
3
2.
4.
You can use
Hey, can you hear me in there, Doug? Can you hear me in there, Doug? I should be coming through loud and clear at this point.
your presentations into one. So
All right, well,
I'll just switch
okay.
it out.
Check. Check, check.
Yeah.
That down
But
there.
use the slide advancement. It'll just be passed down.
Check, check. Hello, everybody. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Let's bring it up to right there. Sounds good.
You know, she'll be the one who swaps it out. If you don't want to use that, you're not going to use it.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I'm not gonna do what Christian did. I'm gonna go through all the way down. Well, I think I'll ask one question.
Check 1 2.
You know,
Yep.
I don't want, I don't want you waiting for,
Yep.
obviously, everything
Check
was
1 2.
long, but it was too, I think it was a little too long.
Yep.
And, part of it is we want you guys to interact with each
Yep.
other a little bit too.
That sounds good. I mean, my guess is by the end, I'm mostly going to be reacting.
Sure.
So I probably won't go through the deck much at all.
Sure. Sure. And, as I said in the email, right, I think, obviously that's sort of like the context is super important. What are the pieces of the
But
context?
got plenty of notes to react to.
Thank you.
Sure. Not a typical Father's Day. My older daughter is doing a summer program at Yale, so I actually took her there, and then hopped a flight from New Haven to Philadelphia. I mean, I've kind of strange. She was actually in a debate tournament in Salt Lake City. So we met in Boston, came down, and we spent the night in New Haven. A little bit. I mean, I've been there. Yeah, yeah. Also famous for their New Haven style pizza.
I grew up in Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's a hole in the wall, and they steam the burgers. And it's a little different. Yeah. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah, is it no ketchup?
Yeah, they get really upset with it. Like it's got plenty of flavor. Yeah, I think times have changed. We went to Shake Shack, which was packed, and I don't think any people kind of prefer the quality of that.
Yeah.
Well, my daughter had her first trips out
Nice to meet you. Spending a lot of time with folks at Goldman.
Here we go. You go first, it sounds like.
Yeah, they
Put us in this order.
yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. So
Yeah, I didn't time mine, but I hope I'm under the wire. So I think it was what 7 or 8 minutes. I think is what we have. So.
I ran into Henry at a conference last week in DC. So guess he's out now, right? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can relate. There's not much difference between a startup, not-profit, startup, for-profit, other than we don't make it.
Excellent. We can turn this off, right? But hey, if folks would take their seats, please. We're going to get started in just a minute. They told us that these were going to be great comfy seats. I'm not sure I agree with them. All right.
As a very tall woman, I'm actually pretty happy. But I realize I may be the exception.
I'm in the way a lot. So.
No, you're.
Hi, Anthony.
Hi, Anthony.
Good to see you.
I'm so short. I'm all leg. I feel like a little kid.
Great. Well, welcome back, everybody. So we're going to shift gears a little bit. We've heard this morning from policymakers, both from the federal level and the state level, talking about what's going on here in Oregon and California, in the U.S. We just had a great presentation from Will, bringing in experience from the UK. So we're going to shift gears for the first of two panels. So this conversation is with a bunch of eminent leaders from the financial industry, clearly in as the Oregon Retirement Savings Program is getting started, making this work within the context of how the existing market works is an incredibly important issue, and drawing on the expertise of people who've been in the business of providing DC-like plans for people for many, many years is incredibly valuable experience. So we're delighted to have a wonderful panel here this morning. You have full bios in your books, so I'm not going to go deeply into people's bios. I would just say that we have a wonderful group. To my left, Barbara Marsh, who's the CEO of the Bridgepoint Group, which is a management consulting firm that specializes in financial services. Then I have Tom Simpson from Standard Insurance. He's the Director of Government and Regulatory Affairs. To his left, I have Anthony Bunnell, who's the Chief Product Officer of Honest Dollar, and you'll learn a little bit more about what Honest Dollar is in a moment. And then last, but certainly not least, we have Lou Minsky, who's the President and CEO of the Defined Contribution Institutional Investment Association. Say that 3 times fast.
It's a mouthful, yeah.
Yes, I usually just say DCIA. And so the idea of this conversation, right, is, as Treasurer Wheeler and several other folks alluded to earlier in the morning, right, is that the whole point of getting the program off the ground was to sort of bring together a table of voices with a diverse set of perspectives that can help inform and help get this plan right. We're in this moment, as many of people have noted, where we've got about a year. I should say we. I'm not a citizen of the state of Oregon. I'm not sure why I'm saying we. You guys have about you lucky people have a year to get this right and to begin the rollout process. So this is a really critical period where expertise like that, what we have here at the panel, is going to be essential to making sure that the program works, that it reaches employees who don't have access, that it works for employers, and that much more broadly, that it's beneficial for all the citizens of Oregon. So Barb, I'm going to turn to you, and you can start us off. I'm going to do it a little bit differently than Christian did. And so people are going to make opening remarks. I think I'll ask one question. We'll go to the next person, and then we'll try and have more time at the end for both a little bit of a conversation between the panelists and Q&A from the audience. So.
Great. Well, first of all, Treasurer Wheeler referred to this as a high chair. I prefer bar stool. So yeah. So sorry about that, but you know, I heard somebody pop the top on a can of soda, and I was just thinking that, you know, it could be beer 30. So
Cheers.
there we go. We'll take that off the record. And I'm from the East Coast, so it's 1:20. So there you go. All right.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So really, what we want to talk about and what I want to focus on is the thought about going full circle. You guys are very much in the defined stage, and really, you're moving from define what is it we want to do and how do we reach our goals into the design and deliver, and then ultimately to engage and adopt. And there's a whole circle here, and that circle, and I think we heard Will talk about it, will be a continuous improvement cycle. And so the decisions you make today, you're at the very beginning of a very, very big journey. And so really what we want to talk about, Treasurer Wheeler also said something besides the high chair. He said, you know, we need to go from the policy to the practical. And so it's time to think about delivery. Now, you look at Nest, and Nest has 3 million engaged associates or employees. If you go across all 50 states, and again, not every state will adopt this, you're talking about 58 million people. And so when you think about it narrowly from an Oregon standpoint, but understanding that this is what all of the states are going through, we have a long way to go. So we think about the fact that how hard it has been to get the legislation, and just what has been involved in that. And it's understanding that getting the legislation, making the decisions is part of what will be a much, much longer journey. So we want to talk a little bit about what that journey will look like and how that journey might move forward. Bridgepoint Group is a consulting firm. Our firm is staffed with people who have 20 to 30 years of line management experience in financial services. Our team has come from 25 different financial services organizations, banks, insurance companies, broker-dealers, record keepers. My personal background is 24 years in the defined contribution business. I started in 1990 in the defined contribution business, so my background is really helping organizations grow 401k plans. My associates have IRA, et cetera. We work for 35 financial services organizations now. So we're working with the organizations that are looking at this as a business opportunity and trying to draft in next to you to say, as you decide what you want to do, how might they be able to meet your needs? We've also been involved with the state of Oregon and the state of California, helping with the program feasibility piece so that you end up meeting your objectives and the goals and the outcomes you want to meet, but in a way that will make this feasible from an implementation standpoint, so you can avoid unintended consequences, which I think is one of the things that Will mentioned in the NEST program. So when you look at it, and this is a very, very simple diagram, you need to think about it as a three-part equation. So if you look at the states, you have specific goals that you want to meet, and Oregon is implementing this program for a very, very specific reason. You want to have appropriate investments. I hear a lot about simplicity. I hear a lot about ease. And at the end of the day, you really want to have low cost and low risk. So those are some of the dynamics that you're looking to solve for. If you look at the financial services organizations that want to serve you in the private sector, they're looking to say, hey, we've built an amazing infrastructure. You know, we're serving 72 million participants in 401k plans today. We have all sorts of IRA programs. We are spending billions and billions of dollars actually serving the people that in some cases are being served through the state constituents and others who will be new to the system. They are also looking at this as to what is the definition of good business. Now, when we talk about a financial services firm, there's a lot of different flavors there. There's for-profit organizations that are publicly held, privately held. There are mutual insurance companies. There's different types of reasons that all of these firms are looking at this as good business. And the question is really for them one of opportunity cost. You know, if I invest in this and I have to create a return for my shareholders, or I have to meet whatever my corporate goals are, is this business attractive relative to other things that I could be doing? And so one of the most important things is to understand that these financial services providers are not a homogeneous group. There are a lot of different organizations with a lot of different agendas. They are also looking at it from both a scale, how do they deal with what I'll call 50 nest programs or 50 possible states? And at the end of the day, how do I do that in light of competitive pressures that I face right now? So if you look at it from the state's perspective, some of the best examples that are coming out of Oregon is the idea, let's keep it simple. Let's be very specific about the investments that we want to make. Let's include the industry very early on. Let's look at the experts in the industry, and let's engage in that conversation very early on. If you look at it from a perspective of the providers, they're very excited about helping to solve the coverage issue. I know this from, I've run phone centers that have taken 20 million phone calls from participants in 401k plans in my life. These folks are concerned, right? Everybody, whether or not you're already covered in a 401k plan or not, there's real people at the end of this. And so the coverage issue, which is supported by the automated enrollment mandate and the mandatory provision, is huge. So the financial services industry is very excited about the fact that we may move the needle on something that both from a personal or a personally professional level is really important to us, but also for the firms that we operate that serve customers such as your constituents every day. This also offers net new customers to the system. So there's a lot of people that the providers are not engaging with that this allows them to engage with. And if you take financial literacy and you take getting people into the systems and get them savings and get them availing themselves of some of the capabilities, it may in fact create more opportunities to engage with those. And there's a lot of firms out there that really want to expand their customer base, even if it's through programs like this, because we all recognize we want to get people into the system and onto the grid, so to speak. So people are excited about it from that perspective, not only from a net new customer and a raising awareness standpoint, but also it represents new inflows into the system. These are people who are not putting money into these savings programs, and it represents a new growth opportunity for people that are in the asset management business. I think overwhelmingly the financial services industry really does believe that these needs can be met. All right, but they will only be met through leveraging best practice and through compromise. So how do we think about that? One is that, and I'll use the associated paradigm that I think many of you in the room can understand. People think running a state government is pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, they look at the state government and they grossly underestimate the complexity, the handoffs, the competing agendas, the different needs that you serve, the different constituents that you serve. And most people probably have no idea, I certainly don't, how complex it is to run a government institution, to run a state. Conversely, the vast majority of the population has no idea how hard it is to run a financial services organization and to administer programs like these. So the opportunity really is for organizations to come together, for a state to come together with their needs, and at the same time bring the financial services providers to the tables to create a best practice and allow each to serve from its position of strength. So it's the appropriate meeting of the two in the middle. How do we think about that? We think about that by making sure that we align to the outcome. The best advice I have is for the states to articulate what is the outcome? What does success look like? What does goodness look like? Let's keep our eye on the prize. The how you make that happen is something where you really want to engage with the financial services industry. So, the more that you say, this is what we're trying to achieve, how would you leverage the capabilities of the financial services world to make that happen is huge. Now, one of the things that we see emerging is potentially that the states are looking to to potentially get very deep into the how and the engineering side, and perhaps before engaging at a really, really detailed level with the financial services provider, and that's something that I think you can take on as the next step. Understand, and let me just reference something that I just said, and the question is what if, right? Understand that what we are building here is scale of new proportions. If you talk about 58 million people across 50 states, and again, not all the states will go here, but let's take a number. Let's take 10 million. Let's make 20 million. All right. Scale is your friend. The more alike we do things for 10 million people, the better your customer experience is going to be, right? The better your controls are going to be, the lower the risk is going to be, and the more you're going to control your costs. So the more times you strive to be alike than different, the better the outcome for you. This is not about the provider just wanting to operate the lowest cost product they can. This is about creating the right outcome for you. This is about you not ending up on the front page of the newspaper saying that the customer experience associated with your plan sucks. Okay? There's a reason, there's a lot of really, really good reasons to drive for scale. The antithesis of scale is variation. So the more each state is different, the more you treat groups of constituents differently, the more if-then statements, the more what-if statements you have, the more you are breaking scale, and the more problem you're going to have, the more cost you're going to drive into the system, the more complexity, the harder it's going to be for your constituents to understand it and enable the benefit. So that's one of the words of wisdom here. The other thing that I would say is this is evolving for both parties. And Will, I think, explained some really good lessons learned as you went along this journey. There are amazing capabilities that financial services providers have. In some cases, fintech firms are coming up with new technology, reaching constituents in new ways that perhaps legacy large providers don't have. There's organizations that have great capabilities around how to service tens of millions of individuals and understand all of the engineering underneath it. As an example, it's a little bit of fallacy to say that 100% of everybody's going to constantly go through a mobile app. At some point, somebody's going to want to pick up the phone and call somebody. There's great ways to think about that. But there is an operating model here that's evolving. And so when you think about it, it's not just one state and one record keeper. It could be one state with a solution that may involve, say, a fintech provider coupled with a large provider that has scale coupled with an investment manager. It might be a one-to-one, it might be a one-to-several. But then you get to the several to several and the several to many, and this thing has a huge ability to go, honestly, either very right or very wrong. I'm fascinated by this because this represents a tremendous opportunity to take everything we have learned about the IRA business, everything we've learned about the 401k business, all of the things that are happening around the world and in the US from a fintech standpoint, and put those together to build a much, much better operating model that at the end of the day really serves the needs of the constituents. You guys putting the mandatory aspect into this and the auto enrollment piece is absolutely the impetus we needed. And so the question is, how do we work together as the financial services industry, coupled with what the states are doing, the very bold move you're making to really develop that next generation of products and services?
Great, thanks, Barb. So just to, if we can, to try and dig just a little bit deeper, right? When you think about, as you said, sort of bringing together the state and the complexity associated with running state government with the complexity associated with running a financial service provider, could I ask you to think a little bit about prioritizing, like if you had to make a recommendation on what specific challenges the board should be focusing on as they sort of move forward? What do you think are the most important pieces?
Yeah, well, number one is the what. And I was just having a sidebar at the break. And so someone posed a very interesting question, which is, should we look at a rule that applies to everybody but potentially a complex rule, or different rules by different sub-constituents. And, you know, and the more that you can apply one rule to a larger population, the better, okay? So when you think about dividing constituents into subcategories or populations or provisions, the more you can stay away from that and apply, even if it's a more complex provision, to a broader population, that would be one word of advice. And I see Will hopefully saying, yes, we've learned that lesson. The other thing is, and I totally respect the right of every state to serve its constituents in the way that is best for that state and best for those constituents. But a lot of what I've heard this morning is we have universal issues. So the more that you guys can agree across the states to be the same versus different, okay, be different where different really matters, but don't necessarily be different to just be different, because you are the beneficiaries of that in the long term. Because, you know, I've heard it said that, you know, some of the states that we've engaged with said, I don't even know if there's a record keeper that's going to bid on this, right? Is this even good business for any record keeper? And you know, that shouldn't be your primary driver, but it's a necessary point, right? And the more that the provider sees how they can leverage their capabilities to build a business that matters to them, the more successful you're going to be.
Thanks, Mark. Tom.
All right. I'm Tom Simpson with Standard Insurance. For those who don't know us, we're an over 100-year-old insurance company here in Portland. We were founded here over 100 years ago. We sell employee benefits, both life and disability, as well as retirement plans. We have actually been recognized by our peers as one of the top providers of retirement plans in the nation. So we know what we're talking about. And for those in the room who know me and know me around this issue, you know that I've been an opponent of it. But instead of playing defense today, what I'm doing is playing offense. So when we went through this whole process and we realized that we were on the wrong side of it politically, we decided, what else can we do? Well, there's other things we can do. And then one of them is to play offense. And so one of the things we jumped into is something called Oregon Healthiest State. So let me back up from the details of the plan for a moment and talk about a larger context of what's going on around that effort and how this may tie into it. The Oregon Healthiest State is a program to inspire Oregonians to create and sustain healthy environments and to support healthy lifestyles. Sounds great, right? Part of it is financial well-being, and that's where we jumped into. So the 5 essential elements of well-being in Oregon, just to give you an idea of how we stack up nationwide, because these are measurements that are done nationwide. Having purpose is one of the elements of well-being. Oregon ranks 41st out of 50 states. Having supportive relationships in your life, we rank 24th out of 50. Here comes this one important for us. Managing your economic life to reduce stress and increase security, 28th out of 50. Liking where you live, feeling safe and having pride in your community. Now some of you are saying, oh, but we love living here, and you would be right, 17th out of 50, so we're doing okay there. And then finally, having good health and enough energy to get things done daily, we rank 26th out of 50, not so great. Now some may say, well, the rural parts of Oregon are struggling and it's probably dragging down the average. Actually, that would be wrong. The Portland metropolitan area ranks 63rd out of 100 largest jurisdictions for all these measures. And in fact, it's 57th out of 100 for financial well-being. So there's obviously room that we can move and make this, we can improve this, right? So just again, the task force is made up. It's not just us, Junior Achievement, Financial Beginnings, the State of Oregon Department of Consumer and Business Services, specifically the Bank on Oregon program, Oregon Bankers Association, Northwest Credit Union Association, the Bank of the Cascades, and Unitas Credit Union. So we tried to broaden our task force out. So what did we find out? For the over a year that we've been working on this, we found out that how to measure financial well-being is difficult. And then figuring out how to improve it is even more difficult. We know there are many factors that determine whether or not an individual is financially healthy. After reviewing the literature, talking to lots of people, we came up with 7 key metrics that emerge as a foundation for an individual to achieve high financial well-being. The first is sort of obvious, but it's to have a checking or savings account. Now you'd think, well, of course you would have to have that, but over 4% of Oregonians don't have that basic tool. So as the board looks into this program, creating this program, it's like if you've got 4% of your citizens that don't even have a banking account, that should be something to be aware of, at least. You should have, the second key metric is that Oregonians need emergency savings. Most people, the literature will tell you, don't even have that. $500. They don't know where they'd come up with $500. And then you go on, 3 to 6 months of living expenses should be in the bank. Credit card to debt to income ratio should be low. You should have retirement savings, excellent. Student debt to income ratio. Now it's a big issue, but that's a measurement that we want to attack. And then obviously improving financial literacy. So what's it mean for the Oregon Retirement Savings Board? We're really glad to hear that the Oregon Retirement Savings Board is trying to tackle financial literacy. Really, really important. It should be part of any effort. But how that looks is going to be very important. According to the Council on Economics Education, in 2009, so remember 2009, throes of the recession, the state of Virginia Board of Education amended their high school graduation requirements to include a requirement that every student pass a full credit, full year course in economics and personal finance. They wanted to obviously get their students ready to be productive members of society. And that's the state of Virginia. Right in the middle of recession, they changed their curriculum. Oregon does not require economics or personal financial education to be offered or taken in high school. So there's a change that we can make. Our research found that providing basic budgeting and financial literacy to college freshmen, so a different demographic, college freshmen, can significantly reduce their college debt loads. Again, something we can do. Research also suggests that providing children with savings accounts results in positive financial and social outcomes for those children. And that there's likely an opportunity to improve financial literacy through employers, with the caveat it's usually larger employers that have the infrastructure to be able to tackle that. Smaller employers are less able to. However, not to be the nattering nabob of negativism here, the huge rocks that we found in this effort are unacceptable rates of poverty in Oregon and a per capita income level that's just not keeping up. Those are fairly large rocks that need to be pushed uphill or out of the way in order for programs like this to be successful.
Thanks, Sam. Actually, if I may, just a follow-up question.
Yeah.
If you would say a little bit more, I know that, so this sounds like a really amazing effort, and it's, this connection between people's financial lives and health and anxiety is one that we at the Financial Security Program are also thinking a lot about. It's such a powerful issue, right? And this emerging research about how the one impacts the other in ways that perhaps we hadn't anticipated is incredibly important. So thank you for your work on that. Talk a little bit, if you will, about sort of the how you guys see the kind of financial education that you provide as standard when people avail themselves of your services. What lessons can you draw from what you guys are doing with your own work that might be applied to ORSP?
Direct educational curriculum is not something we're involved in right now. Since we work with employers through this because they're the ones that provide our benefits, their employee benefits, they have fairly sophisticated, some of them more sophisticated than others, ways to help their employees take advantage of these products and services. So we would work directly through them, through employers, instead of actually directly engaging in that. So,
great. Well, thank you. Anthony.
Cool. We doing slides, or I don't need it? But
yes, we are. Chiesa is.
Here you go.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
The official passing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Obligatory title slide. Now I'm working remote. There we go. So Anthony Bonnell, I represent Honest Dollar. We're an Austin, Texas-based software company, and now we are a wholly owned subsidiary of Goldman Sachs, which is a publicly traded bank and financial services holding company.
Never heard of them.
Never heard of it. We're still a bunch of nerds in Austin, Texas, trying to build software that does a couple of really simple things, right? So we're trying to take as little as $1 and a couple of minutes to allow somebody to use this to open an IRA and start investing for their own retirement. That's really what we do. People ask us who our competition is, and our competition is humans. Okay, so on the thing on the left it says we're a savings company built on a society of spending, right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to incrementally move people into a behavior that allows them to prepare for certain things like retirement. So I'm going to talk about 3 things. I'm going to talk about user experience, infrastructure, and data security. And these are not mutually exclusive, okay? First, let's talk about user experience. I'm a proud father of a 2.5-year-old, and having him eat vegetables is hard, right? There's 3 ways of trying to do that, right? There's one is you mix it with the applesauce and the pasta sauce, and you try to get him to do that way. Second one is you bargain with them, right? So if you eat this carrot, I'll give you an M&M later. And the third way is trying to educate them about, eating that spinach is going to make you feel better, and that birthday cake is not going to make you feel better. Well, user experience has to do with this, with retirement. So automatic enrollment is mixing it with the sauce, right? You don't necessarily give them choice. You're kind of like tricking them into retirement, right? Point of sale stuff. So point of sale stuff is saying, all right, well, if you don't buy that coffee today and you apply that $4 later on, that will provide you with a benefit later on in life. And then education is, you need to save for retirement because no one else is going to do it for you. What are you thinking? So user experience is critical. We want to see how a state's success rate is going to be. And it's not just adoption, it's leveraging the program to actually do something. The first thing is to go from $0 to $1, right? And then that's to go from $1 to more. You have to engage all those different types of interactions to get people to engage with the program, right? So we have to focus on that. Everyone's talking about simplicity and transparency and all that other stuff. It's really, really hard to make things really, really simple. We operate in a highly regulated environment, and now with oversight from government entities and states and the ominous media that's out there, right? Everyone's under the watchful eye of somebody else. So getting user experience done right is critical. So Oregon's done some amazing things, right? They've engaged a number of different providers like ourselves, some other folks. We've got some really incredible thought leadership here. What I would do right now is start to engage the people that use the program, right? Talk to small businesses, talk to small business employees, talk to self-employed people, start getting working groups going with just those folks. Because like Barb mentioned, we want to define the what first, and then give it over to the providers to say, all right, you guys go figure it out. You guys determine how we're going to do that. But once you guys get the user experience right, have a couple of clicks here, a couple of things there, the company's set up easily, the employee is in the program easily, and they can interact and save and learn more incrementally. So it's not just about a phone. It's not just about a clean user experience. It's about getting people to engage and getting people to own and partner with the product. Second thing, infrastructure. Now, I haven't heard the catchphrase here yet for infrastructure, which is API, which is this new kind of technical term called it's application program interface, right? But it's a way for data to be interchanged between different systems, right? I think Barbara had it in one of her slides, but you're going to have a number of different systems of record up there, right? The first system of record is going to be your payroll company, your plan sponsor, possibly a state entity, a record keeper, a custodian, possibly a user experience company, right? All those things have to change hands. The data has to change hands. So infrastructure is critically important. Now, an API can transfer the data from system to system, but based on the level of sophistication of that system, you may not have automated process. So you're getting a whole bunch of data over here, but once the data is here, they still got to go through and have someone enter it into an Excel spreadsheet on a computer, which is manual entry, and then human error gets involved, right? So as you look at infrastructure, it's critically important to review how automated the processes are and how minimum the amount of human interaction is, right? Y2K. Remember Y2K? I was in Boston, and I prefer not to remember that night. Does anyone remember the movie Office Space? right? Do you know what Initech was doing? They were fixing Y2K software because old software only had 2 digits for the year, so they had to go to 4 digits. So the thing I would charge you with as you're reviewing all these different systems is how old are they? How malleable are they to be, accommodating for this new type of regulation? And how much can be built on top of them? You can transfer data pretty easily, but the systems themselves have to be reviewed. And then finally, data security, gosh, I just moved, and the movers left the doors open, and a bunch of bugs got in, and it's just terrible, right? Because I got a 2-year-old, Zika viruses everywhere, you're just freaking out. Data security is like an open door, right? Once the door is opened, information can be passed back and forth all day long. The trick is to find out when that door gets opened and to close it as soon as possible, right? Do you know that 75% of all data security breaches happen to public entities? 75%. So government, states, cities, all the different types of subsidiary entities, they get attacked first, right? We just saw Chicago's retirement system. I think it was $1.2 million or a couple $1 million in fraudulent loans. When you set up your system, you need to have a coalition of the different potential number of vendors collaborating with each other to find that open door and to partner in closing it. No one wants to have a breach of epic proportions when you're dealing with very, very inert, very cautious people dealing with financial services. So the second you have a breach, you've got to address it, you've got to address it quickly, and you've got to be pretty open about what just happened. So I'm the only nerd up here with a timer, and I think that gives me my time. I think there's one more slide. Okay, focus on the user experience rather than the provider's capabilities. So like invert the model and keep user testing and research going on post facto, right? Each partner may have robust APIs. Success lies within the actual system, and then obviously the data security component is critical. I cannot tell you how critical data security is, right? The time to fix problems is getting longer and longer and longer because software, it's faster and faster and faster. So I cannot stress more the importance of data security. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Anthony. So if I can attempt to summarize that, you really have to get all of the back end completely right, but that's entirely a function of designing simplicity into the process. One thing I've heard you talk about a lot before that I would love to hear you say briefly a little bit more is just the fact that, talk about the user experience needing to be both for employees and customers and for small businesses as the participants.
Well, I mean, the employees is pretty straightforward, right? You're going to put money here, it's going to do this, and hopefully you're going to get some out later. Employers, we've been talking to small businesses for a long time, and they're pretty pragmatic. You're making them eat the vegetables, right? You're saying, wait, you got to eat that broccoli right now. So automatically they're going to walk into the process and saying, wait, that broccoli looks weird. It's got a little brown on it. The stalks are kind of bent. So they're going to look for things to pick on. So you need to make it frictionless as possible. Start with the most automated processes. So the small businesses with, I would call them really high technologically advanced payroll companies. Let's start with them. Get them to get buy-in. Incrementally take it off. Make sure that the process for the employer is seamless, that they don't have to deal with a lot of paper. If someone goes outside the retirement program and decides to go with a 401k or something else, then they should have the ability to log that retirement plan into a system to meet the requirements just as easily as going through and getting an IRA set up.
Great, thanks.
All right.
Last but not least, Lou.
All right. There's advantages and disadvantages to going last, right? So, I'll largely not go off the slide presentation and try to react to things that others have said, and you've really heard from the experts here, and I'm more of a color commentator maybe. So, I want to start by saying what a valuable experience this has been for me, learning experience. It's a rare opportunity, really. I go to a lot of conferences and meetings and rarely have the opportunity to learn So I appreciate the learning opportunity, and thank the folks who invited me. And I want to talk directly to the trustees because just a little bit about DCEA and the organization I represent, and share with you a perspective, which is that we're made up really of a cross-section of the defined contribution retirement savings industry. And the folks who participate in DCEA have come together for really a single purpose, which is to drive better retirement security for American workers. And I think it's notable that this group came together organically for that purpose, because the individuals and the organizations that are part of DCEA really care deeply about retirement security, just as you do. And there's a real opportunity to work together to identify how it is that we can achieve the policy goals that you're looking for. I want to, before I get too much into what the other things I was thinking about saying, I want to react to the last conversation you were just having about simplicity, and want to reinforce, to the extent the point wasn't already made, that there's a difference between simple and basic. Simplicity is about the user experience, not about the solution. In fact, the best solutions will be very simple for the end user, but very, very complex under the hood. The analogy I like to share with people is the grocery store experience. And I have to admit that I stole ideas for this from Sheena Iyengar, and I definitely commend to anyone to read her book, The Art of Choosing. But you think about the typical grocery store experience in the U.S., and you go and you walk up and down the aisles, and there's just way too much choice in front of you. I think I heard her say that the typical grocery store in the U.S. has about 50,000 products in it. By the way, that's changed over the last 10 years. 10 years ago, it used to be closer to 10,000. But then you think about, is there a Trader Joe's around here? Okay. How many people shop at Trader Joe's? Okay. So I live in South Florida. Trader Joe's came down to us about 3 years ago. The lines are just starting to ease up a little bit. But lines aside, I think the important thing I learned the first time I went there was the difference in the user experience. So you walk up and down a much smaller group of aisles. There isn't choice, right? There's the people at Trader Joe's have done a lot of work to identify the very best cookie butter you could ever want, and there's one type of cookie butter, and so it goes for every other product. And what happens? We get in and out of the store relatively quickly, notwithstanding the line. We leave the store not regretting or questioning the choices we made on each of the products that we chose, and we're happy to go back the next time and get it all done all over again. I think there's a lot you can learn from that as you're designing the program here in the state. So while it may seem like a strange analogy, I think a useful one that you might think about. The other thing I just want to spend a little bit of time on, I'll skip through the jokes, right? This is a really complex thing to think about, and there's no shortage of people out there that have opinions and data to back it up. What I would tell you is far too often the data just scratches the surface, and the analysis similarly doesn't really get at what's going on, the core issues. DCEA has spent a lot of time over the last 6 years or so working with the Employee Benefit Research Institute, EBRI, and as an aside, I'm an EBRI trustee, and I just want to put in a plug for EBRI in really being an organization that will provide you access to data without bias. And so as you're moving forward, I encourage you to use EBRI as a resource, and I know we have. And one of the things that we've done with them is spend a lot of time identifying the ways to drive better outcomes through retirement savings and the retirement savings system. And I think, at this point, we and others have really sort of figured out the secret sauce, right? There's not a whole lot of debate as to how you design plans to drive better adequacy. The challenge we all have is how do we expand access without ultimately trading off adequacy. So what I would tell you is, keep going along the path you are, because I'm really impressed with the desire that you've shown and the early start that you've made in terms of making sure that you address the access issue completely. And ultimately, while you're doing that, I encourage you to be very thoughtful about then solving for the adequacy side of the equation, similarly, completely and holistically. The slide that I have up here, which has a lot of background behind it, and if we have time in the Q&A, I'd love to get into sort of how you get there, but it's based on work that we're doing with EBRI right now. It's actually not public yet, but building a new database, a new metric with real data that looks at how it is we can drive success in the DC industry. And the quick takeaway is that plans that are designed optimally, and by optimally I mean robust initial default rates, auto escalation, but not just escalation up to levels that are likely to drive retirement security adequacy, and other important guardrails. And I'd love to get into this at some point, either today or another time, to ensure that once people are in the system and contributing to the system, that balances and assets and people don't leak out of the system. But the 10-second takeaway is that when you do all of that, the current system actually works quite well. So for somebody who's in the system for their working career, they're going to develop retirement security largely through the participation in the plan alone. And by the way, this doesn't even take into account Social Security. So when you layer in the fact that, as Will said, we actually have a pretty strong social safety net system in our country, particularly for the least among us. Not that I think that there isn't still work that we can do there, but when you build in the social insurance safety net that we already have, and look at what we've already figured out how to do in the retirement savings system, if you just apply that to the work you're doing, I think there's a real opportunity. So I'm going to pause there and give you time for a Q&A.
Great. Thank you, Lou. Yeah, and I mean, I think it's interesting, especially in light of what we heard from Will about the experience in the UK, which is, the way their system was designed, right, was that they sort of built a certain amount of escalation into the plan as designed, right? So they started at 2, and they're eventually going to get to 8, right? The way that we've done it here in the U.S. at the state level is we started at 3, and we have to get 3 right. And then presumably if 3 is done right, then sort of, as you say, next step, which won't happen automatically, is that we have to start going up from 3 to a higher number, right? So that people actually build some real retirement security. So thank you. We've got about 12 minutes left, and I don't want to monopolize the questions, so I'd like to see if there are questions from the audience. And slightly different ground rules. If you would give us your name and your organization, and if you have a person you'd like to direct a question to, please do. If not, no worries.
The default is to direct them to.
No, well, I think the default is to direct them to Barbara.
No.
I'll know how to handle that. Good afternoon. I'm Carlos Romo. I'm a recent resident of Oregon. About a year and a half. I spent 42 years in the state of Nevada, and I participated in a Nevada deferred compensation, and I'm a retiree, and I kind of understand this, but one of the things I'd like to ask any of the panelists is, what do you think about starting some kind of national campaign where we educate individuals. I think Mr. Simpson and Mr. Brunel already mentioned that, to educate individuals at the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and up grade levels. We wait too long, and those that might be retired here probably understand that if you didn't start a retirement program early, that it became a little difficult when you were older. So the question is, one of the questions is, should we start our education for retirement at earlier stages and when people go to work? And then secondly, I believe in the general public's idea or mind is that when you say savings, they think of something in the bank. And retirement savings is totally different. So if you can speak to the difference between savings and retirement savings in the general public sense, I'd appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
If nobody else has that, I'll start.
Perhaps Tom.
Yeah, so funny you should ask. So actually, I've been working for about 2 years now with a group of organizations, largely in the financial services industry. Actually, IDA's been involved a little bit as well on a program called Savings Reimagined. And the concept is basically what you identified, which is actually even at a more base level, that we as a society don't have, we don't value savings, and we have not built up within our culture a belief that, that savings are important, and that there's a real need to change that at a fundamental level, and not just around retirement savings, but more broadly around savings. And the way we've actually started to think about it is empowering people to take control of their financial future. Much more to come on that. I think it's a challenge to get a big movement like that going, but there's it's building momentum, and I think it's critically important. I mean, when you look at our society and the savings rate, and by savings rate not just actual savings but negative savings from debt, it's shockingly bad, and we really do need cultural change there. It needs to start, as you said, early on, but it also needs to continue out throughout the life cycle, and we need to make it cool. One of the things we're really struggling with is, in today's society, how do you build that culture, and how do you make it cool for people to to want to take control of their financial security? So anyway.
Thank you. Tom?
Sure.
Just real quick, I mentioned it in my remarks, the Council for Economic Education provides free curriculum to public schools across the United States. I'll be the last one to step out there and say we just need to layer more requirements on our public schools, because you know as well as I do, every school district is, today it's economic or financial education, tomorrow it's something else that they have to teach. But you also know that one of the crises we're facing is student loan crisis. We also have retirement crisis. Basic financial education started in the 3rd grade can chip away at that tremendously. So I'd encourage you, they've got a new survey of the states out from 2016 just to see what all 50 states are doing, who's actually out ahead and who's not. It's free out on the web, Council for Economic Education. Take a look. I'm not on their board. I've just used their materials. So.
Yeah, just quickly, great stuff, but there's a lot of great stuff around literacy and education. Education, literacy without belief is not going to get us very far.
Sure. Great. Thank you. Do we have other questions? If you would wait for the mic, please.
My name is James Russell. I'm a former member of the Connecticut Retirement Security Board, which is doing parallel effort to Oregon. This is for Lou Minsky, which is a question about annuities, even though that's not a part of the accumulation phase, but it's become a problem because payout rates are at historically low levels. Do you see any way to improve those without just waiting for the market to improve them?
So are you asking me a product question or a market question, I guess?
More of a product
question. Yeah. So I will, I guess I'll I'll partially answer and partially punt and say, I go out of my way to be product agnostic. It's sort of part of my DNA, and it's not really my role in the industry. I will say that I think, as it relates to retirement savings, particularly through the defined contribution system, there's a rapid evolution going on the product side, and that we're going to continue to see that, and that they're actually a lot of what we do as an organization is help encourage the development of the institutional structures within the defined contribution industry, and there's quite a bit of movement in that direction. So I would say, stay tuned. There's a lot of positive movement. You're seeing large plan sponsors helping to nudge the industry in that regard. But then I think the biggest thing from where I sit is you don't see product evolution until there's a market, and so the biggest thing that's holding back the evolution of the institutional annuity market, or more broadly lifetime income market in the U.S., is that there's not a pull right now. And so both at a policy level and at an industry level, we need to change the mindset around defined contribution plans. I mean, we still have a supplemental savings mindset that we're getting over, but it's still early innings, and we need to shift to a mindset where we realize that this system is going to be the backstop, the fundamental lifetime income delivery system, the retirement security system for our country, and we need to shift to that mindset as we view what the plans are all about.
Yeah, I'll just add a note there. I think many of us see the value of certain outcomes, right, of known dollars when we retire. I think in general, not just around the States, but in general, a lot of asset managers, financial service organizations are really looking at what are the next generation of products and services to serve what is a rapidly changing market. And how do you take some of the really good things and the learning lessons that have been learned, but I think most organizations understand that they need to potentially start to apply them differently. So I think you're going to see a lot of product evolution in general, and I think that there's an additional awareness on the parts of the financial services firms on how something like these state-mandated IRA plans can provide the impetus to refine some of the product strategies to meet the needs of what will be a very large new population of entrants. So, to put a fine point on it, the concept of an annuity, i.e. a known outcome in terms of dollars, is something I think everybody likes. The question underneath it is, how might product strategies have to evolve? And I will tell you, those conversations around how those product strategies might need to evolve are happening quite actively right now.
Yeah, I guess just quickly, and I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but to the board, as you're thinking about what you're doing, I mean, and I'll steal from another noted behavioral economist. So just had a presentation that Shlomo Bernarzi gave years ago, and he talked about the existing system being like getting on a transcontinental flight, and we've developed a system that does a great job of getting us strapped in and flying us to our intended destination. But where we are right now, it's like at the back end of the flight, they kind of hover over the landing zone and say, okay, strap on your parachutes and jump. And if you're not ready, they push you out, right? So we need to develop some landing gear. We need to figure out the back end of the flight path.
I think that gives a little. It's a partial answer to Treasurer Wheeler's question about the retirement reckoning, the image of people being forced to jump out of a plane. Thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
My name is Jarvez Hall. I'm with East Metro Economic Alliance, and this question is for Anthony. You said your company really, the biggest competition is people, is how people are. So how have you guys been successful in marketing your products to people. When I look at the plan that Oregon is trying to do, I'm thinking about the people who either don't make enough money or feel they don't make enough money to save or haven't saved before. And, how do we kind of grow that pool if people just aren't really either able or kind of excited to save? How have you guys been successful in growing your business in that manner?
Gosh, that's a great question. First of all, thanks for the question because I felt kind of alone up to these guys. The first thing you got to do is remove the friction, right? There's some companies out there that is like 75 pages worth of stuff, written brochure type stuff that you got to fill out just to open an account. How can we leverage this and take that information over time to create an account while still having all the regulatory requirements met? How can we break it up into pieces while still opening an account within the time that everyone expects it, right? I can order diapers from Amazon and have them come into my house in 2 hours, right? It shouldn't take me 2 weeks to open an account. So first, remove friction, right? So that means getting a whole bunch of lawyers involved and saying what questions are necessary and what questions can we generalize. The second thing is making people go through the 3-step process of trust, right? First is awareness, right? They need to be aware that you exist. The second is confidence. You need to do the things that you set out to do. You're going to say, I'm going to charge you this amount of money to do this. And once you get that done right, I'm going to pull money from your account on this day. I'm going to invest it on that day, and it's going to cost you that. And then finally, you get to the level of trust where people start giving more and more information to you, and you're able to do a lot more for them. So removing friction is the single hardest one because we have, decades of push and pull between the private sector and the public sector on how to open accounts and what is the amount of information that is required. But getting that awareness and getting that out there is also significantly challenging.
Great. Thank you all. We're going to end on that note. Please join me in thanking a wonderful panel. We're going to try and do a break on the fly as we invite the next panelist up. Please don't actually take a break. And we'll get
Getting
started
out of
as
the
soon as we can.
high chair here.
Thank you all.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, you mean over there?
And sidebar, keep your microphone close when you're speaking.
Yeah,
In the back of the room, it was challenging to hear.
Thank you.
Hi, Judy Miller.
Nita, I'm John Chalmers. Nice to meet you. Judy, very nice to meet you.
I'm Jessica.
Jessica and I shared Brussels sprouts last night.
We did.
It
It
was.
was.
We loved them.
Come on in.
Hi, Jess.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well.
very
Oh, this,
shy.
I did not realize these were tall chairs.
It's a high table and a high chair.
Yeah.
Seat is warm.
And thank goodness for the script.
Yes.
Do you want me to help
I'm
push
not
it
quite
in?
sure. I think I should be able to do a little better job than this. There, I think that's.
Stand up.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not.
Maybe I should push me in.
It should be Judy's ARA slides. Sorry, it looks like. start with a little bit of a preamble before we jump
Okay.
in anyways.
Great.
What I'll do, well, okay, great.
Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah. So they're in alphabetical order, probably by last name.
Okay.
So we'll have you do introductions that way.
Okay.
All right. As soon as we're ready.
Jess, can I have you move so I can sit and then you can definitely.
Hi, folks. Welcome back. I think we're in the home stretch. Lunch is coming. So we're just working on a couple of logistics. Shall I go ahead and start the introductions? Okay, good. Thank you. So first of all, I want to take a moment to thank everybody for taking the time to be with us here today. Part of what you've heard is that we are working on making some very steady and effective progress. I hope you can hear me. What we think is an important part of that progress is making sure we have lots of expert and lots of engaged voices at the table. So that's a big part of why today. All right. Not. I think the microphones need to be closer. Okay. How is this better right here? More? That's good. Okay. I think we'll be holding our mics, folks. All right. I'll just start by saying a couple of things that I think are important and worth repeating, which is that in Oregon's progress, where we are working to make very steady progress against an important time frame and an important opportunity, we have worked to be both very transparent and very engaging, bringing a wide variety of different voices and experts and stakeholders to the table. So that's a big part of why today matters, and it's a big part of why we appreciate you taking the time out of your morning to come and spend some time with us. So I will start this panel, which is focused on practical considerations and current experience in making these types of state plans work and getting this program to work in Oregon. We're going to start with some introductions. I'll start with my panel, then I'll introduce myself. I'll take a few minutes to talk a little bit about some background around the program, and then what I'd like to ask each of our panelists to do while holding the microphone, which doesn't feel awkward at all, at all. What I'll ask each panelist to do is talk a little bit about their connection to the program, or what they think the Oregon Retirement Savings Plan might mean in the space in which they function and for the stakeholders that they represent. And then we have a set of questions lined up as well that we'll ask across the group. Plus, we want to make sure we open it up for your questions during this period. So I will start. I think our slides are in alphabetical order by last name or something. We'll find out. All right, go ahead. There we go. All right, Judy. Would you like to just take a moment to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Judy Miller. I'm Director of Retirement Policy with the American Retirement Association. Until a couple of years ago, we were known as the American Society of Pension Professionals and Actuaries. And we changed our name because of an evolving membership. But we have been supportive of auto IRA for some time, probably since Mark first proposed it. And we would prefer to see it on a federal level, just so you don't have 50 different outcomes. But when it started appearing on the states, we felt that if we're supporting it on a federal level, we need to look at the states closely. One of our goals as an organization is to create a framework of policy that gives every working American the ability to have a comfortable retirement. And this certainly fits in with that. We do have some criteria for supporting a state proposal. One is that it has to require an employer to do something. We think that private sector is very good at working with employers that want to do something. By way of background, before I got into my current efforts in DC, I actually lived in Montana and I had a firm, worked with small businesses primarily on setting up retirement plans. And if the business is successful and the tax deduction is attractive, you have a good chance of getting a business owner's attention. But if they're not making enough money to be worried about it themselves, if their employees aren't crying out for a retirement plan, which they tend not to be, they don't have the time. They're focused on getting by. And so you really need more than a nudge. You need a requirement that they make payroll deduction available. And I hate to talk about it as a mandate because I'm talking about why there's opposition. There are a number of reasons for opposition, but one of the basic reasons is the system currently is voluntary, and there's this perception that if we introduce a mandate that it won't be voluntary anymore. So we prefer to look at it as, you can't save through payroll deduction without access to payroll. The employer, what we're asking is for the employer to give access to payroll for payroll deduction. We're not mandating that they sponsor a plan. We're not requiring them to enter the retirement marketplace, but simply to give access to payroll deduction. We firmly believe that once employers get involved, once they see how easy payroll deduction is, and as their businesses become more stable in many cases, that they'll consider doing something more. And so we think this will actually expand the marketplace for everybody. But we think it's really, really critical that it be as clean and simple as possible. As soon as, and I think it was Barbara said earlier, as soon as an employee has a bad experience, it's going to spread like wildfire, and it's not going to be a happy situation. So we're supportive of these arrangements, provided they are IRA-based. Employers are required to do something, and if an employer sponsors another qualified plan, that they don't have to worry about this. That's another critical bright line, I think, and this the direction that Oregon is moving, we think, shows great promise if it's carefully navigated.
Thank you very much, Judy. Professor Chalmers.
Yes, so there's been a lot of talk about, my name's John Chalmers. I'm the Abbott Keller Professor of Finance at the University of Oregon. There's been a lot of talk about education, and so as the academic on the panel, I thought I'd start out with a test question, so please get out your paper and pencil and tell me if you work 35 years, you contribute $500 a month, you earn 9.5% on your money, compounded monthly, that's important. How much do you have at the end of your retirement horizon, 35 years? You say more than 500,000 or less than 500,000?
More.
Okay, more than 1.5 million, less than 1.5 million. Okay, about 1.6 million. Okay, it's kind of magic, at least in my mind. That is. What if we talk about a contribution of $100? So divide that by 5. So we're talking about $300,000. $100 sounds like a rough estimate of what we've been talking about today. What if we earn 11.5% instead of 9.5%? What do you think it does? More than 2, less than 2 million? More than 2, 2.8. So again, the power of getting started in savings early is really important. The importance of taking some risk in your retirement savings and hopefully earning a higher expected return, really important. And so everybody passed the test, I'd like to say, and I'll leave it there. I have more to say, and we'll address kind of additional issues as they come up.
Thank you very much. Ms. Shaw.
Good afternoon. I'm Neeta Shah from Microenterprise Services of Oregon. We serve very low income to, can you hear? We serve low-income, women-owned, minority-owned small businesses that are really keeping our Oregon vibrant, giving us the advertisement that we need nationwide. Many of our clients do ask us about savings. So when I hear that people need this education in savings and how to save, and they're spending a lot, I think that's a misconception. Because we get this question all the time, how do I save? Where do I save? And there is no answer that we can give them because the amount that they can save is very little. What the problem that they do have is the big trust issue. And it comes up to me too. Recently, one of our clients asked, can I save in India fund? And that was, when she asked me that, I asked my husband, do we have India fund? And he said, yes. And I said, sell it. Because my experience is on the street. I see what's happening in the streets. I see people who don't have jobs. I don't just look at the numbers and how that fund is performing. And it's similar here because poverty is same everywhere. Our clients know they would rather hold a piece of gold than be part of the ETFs or whatever they are called. And so that's the difference. And so the trust that you need to bring in the people who are in poverty to save is what's lacking. And so I'll speak more later.
Thank you very much. All right, Jess Yunke, sorry.
No, it's totally fine. It's a
I
common.
know better.
Yes.
I know better.
Hi, my name is Jessica Yunke. I'm the Director of Economic Opportunity at Neighborhood Partnerships. In that role, my primary gig is acting as the Program Director of the Oregon IDA Initiative. We have many partners here in the room, which makes this a little bit easier up here for me. IDAs, for those of you who aren't familiar, are this really magical tool that we have here in Oregon. It stands for Individual Development Accounts. They are matched savings accounts where folks with lower incomes and very low incomes can save for the purchase of a lifelong asset. While they're saving, they're getting financial education and coaching, and at the end of it, this is where the magic comes in, they can earn up to $5 in state matching funds for every dollar that they save. So we just had a really successful legislative session last term. Thank you to Tobias Reed as our champion. He's also in the room. And we actually were able to renew our funding mechanism and expand from 5 savings goals to 12, one of those being retirement IDAs now. So folks here in Oregon who qualify will eventually, once we get through the pilot period, be able to open IDAs that are saving for retirement. So I'm here representing the Oregon IDA Initiative, as well as several of the other collaborative partnerships that Neighborhood Partnerships helps convene, including the Oregon Asset Building Coalition. One of our primary goals with the Oregon Asset Building Coalition is to implement universal children's savings accounts in the next few years. And so that gets to some of the questions that folks have raised around saving across the life spectrum. So I'm here to really help bring some of the perspective that Nita has already raised regarding partnerships and trust, and really learning to trust the folks that we are targeting as participants in this. Even at very low incomes, we know that folks have goals related to saving. They want to be able to save, and that they, in many ways, are paying much more attention to the minutia and the details surrounding their financial household. So figuring out how to meet them where they're at to take that first step is super important. Even if that first step, I mean, there will be many other steps needed after that first step to get them to financial security. We have to start somewhere. So I'm excited about bringing that perspective and really talking about where some of our participants who are saving towards their goals, where they're starting, and some of the lessons we've learned in building that trust.
Jess, thank you very much. I'm going to take a moment just for both an introduction, and then we've talked a lot about the plan, but we haven't talked too much about the status of where the plan is today. So I'm going to do a little thumbnail on that and then link back to our panelists here. And as an aside, our panel is intended to represent in Oregon and for Oregon employers, employees, and folks who have worked on behalf of both. I'll say we have one invisible member, which is an employer who's been with us, who intended to be with us today, but is actually building a restaurant and couldn't get away from the restaurant in order to join the panel. And I think that's very emblematic of what employers face and how we need to keep them in mind as we're designing something that will have an employer component to it. So just by way of briefly introducing myself, I know many of you, and the newer faces, I would like to get to know you as part of this process. I think it's important. I started my career in Oregon in financial services on the advice side, and moved through advice and education to retirement plan participants to investment information. Along the way, I traveled to a few different cities, but as I was thinking about a next step, and I saw what was happening in Oregon with the bill that was then making its way through the legislature, it really seemed to me based on the experience I had, that this looked like the right solution to the right problem at the right time. So everyone knows my bias. I approach it from that perspective. But at the same time, I don't think any of us who are involved with the program believe that we have all the answers to the questions, or even that we know what all the questions are. And so we've been very actively over the last, well, certainly over the course of this year, when we've really been very, very active in getting the program effort going, we've been actively engaging. So just a couple of notes about where we are in the process. I've described the first half of 2016 as really, well, 2016, the year in general, has focused on getting all the parts and pieces in place so that we are in very good shape to implement in 2017 and get ready for that first dollar partway through the year. As we do that, we have focused first on information generation and information gathering. So over the course of the next 30 days, we'll be completing a fresh market analysis for Oregon. We have recommendations that are coming back on a program design and a program model for Oregon. And we're also doing a financial feasibility study to confirm what are the circumstances under which the plan does and does not self-sustain as it's required to do. Along the way, we've also convened a set of working groups. So when this week closes, we will have had completed 14, not 12, but 14 out of 16 public meetings focused on plan design, program design, financial literacy, which we agree is critical, and outreach. And the goal of those meetings was to move beyond the office and the boardroom and get into these public environments and bring a lot more experts to the table. And I would say every single conversation that we've had has been incredibly productive and very, very useful. And for those of you with lots of spare time, I invite you to please go onto our website where you can listen to our recorded meetings and see our notes. So we're just concluding that phase, and we're entering the next phase where, with the benefit of this information, we'll start to shape up what the program will look like. We need to keep talking to everyone, and we need you to keep talking to us so that as we get into this next more detailed level, we'll continue to get it right. So please keep thinking about, today is not the end of the conversation by any means, and I'm not even sure if we're in the middle. It's probably the start. And so please stay very, very engaged with us. That's my big picture. I could go on, but I will not. So with that in mind, let me turn back to the panel. And as we start to think about, I have loads of questions for you. But before I do, let me ask you, is there anything you would like to say as a preface before we get into straight Q&A? Anyone have any comments that you didn't get to get out during your first introduction? John?
I have a couple, and I think the earlier panels, as well as kind of opening remarks, were kind of back me up here. There's a set of things I think we know. I think we know that defaults for opt-out plans work really well to improve participation. We have lots of evidence on kind of middle to higher income folks that those work exceptionally well. A little bit less evidence on lower income folks about how well that works, but that's some of the work that's being done now. I think we know that defaulting people into specific investments obviously helps them take more risk and not end up with all their money in a money market fund, which right now earns about 0. And I think that's a real crucial step. And the Nest experience suggests that that's a model that's working there. I think we know that getting people to retire right, and economists would tell you that everybody ought to have a lifetime annuity when they retire. We make lots of assumptions, and we have a beautiful world out there that we get to work in where reality doesn't get in the way. But that's what we think. And so the problem with annuities is they're very complicated. They're hard to understand even for the people that work with them on a daily basis. So I think we know that we need somebody to help people make good annuity decisions, purchase decisions, and have kind of a lifetime annuity plan that's vetted by people that know how they work and say, yes, this is a fair deal for you. I think having that available as a default at retirement would make a huge difference in people's lives. I usually tell this story about my mother. She wouldn't go out to dinner. She's retired. She was basically living on her Social Security, and she had a modest nest egg sitting there. She said, well, I don't want to dig into that. I said, well, Mom, your kids don't need it. Why don't you spend it, buy yourself an annuity, and then you can go out to dinner, once a week. And it made all the difference. I mean, she added, I don't know, $1,000 to her monthly income, and it's really changed kind of how she is retired. So I think that's a really important part of, people are very used to dealing with a monthly budget, but having a big pile of cash there that you don't want to dig into, I think is a crucial issue that I think kind of birth to the end planning is important to take account of. And I might just add, just quickly, we have some research. I have a co-author, and we looked at the annuitization experience among Oregonians when they retire into the PERS system, which is a very generous system. And we saw people taking lump sums out, half of their retirement amount, tied to the market. So when the market was, when the S&P was up 25%, we saw much higher likelihood that they would take this half of their retirement benefit in the form of a lump sum. We don't necessarily want people doing that. I mean, that's probably somebody in their ear saying, why earn 8% guaranteed from the state of Oregon when you could earn 25% in the market? We did see that happening. So I think kind of this default into an annuity is a good thing. And then finally, just very quickly, what do we want to know more about? I think I was really interested to see Will's stuff on how opt-outs and defaults are related to lower income folks, and then the data is still pretty sparse. How that works. And then I think there's been a lot of talk about financial education. I gave you that example earlier. We have some research, again, Oregon University employees, a pretty well-educated demographic. And we have these financial literacy questions that have been asked by several academics, and people are amazed that people can't answer them. 50 to 60% of the people can't answer these very, very simple questions. You'll be happy to know that the university employees can answer those very simple questions. We get them all right. Pretty much, 98%, 96%. They make the same bad financial choices. So, how do we get them to not only kind of know it, but to live it, to do it? So I think that's really the challenge, to make sure we hit on all the cylinders.
Terrific, thank you. And in this room, obviously, you can't say the word annuity without someone wanting to also comment on that comment. So, Ms. Miller.
Yeah, and I'm like Lou. I am investment agnostic, and certainly see a place for annuities. But I think there's also, this was in part came out of a question which was asked earlier by the gentleman from Connecticut, as I recall, and just talking about adequacy. And if you're going to enroll people at 5% and that's not going to give them 80% replacement, does that make it a failure? And I just wanted to firmly say absolutely not. That there are millions of people across the country, and hundreds of thousands here, who at this point could get to retirement with absolutely nothing in their account. And the comfort level of getting to retirement and having only Social Security versus having even 30,000, let alone 100,000 or 120,000 in your account, is tremendous. And it's worthwhile. Don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. And for the many people living on Social Security, having a nest egg can be helpful. I also would just ask you to be not all in on the annuity question, because for many people that don't live, I live in Arlington, Virginia. I don't think there's anybody actually living on Social Security there. There may be, but in many parts of the country, there are people in low-cost environments who are living on Social Security, and it makes a lot more sense to have money there for when the car breaks down, to have money there if you have an unforeseen medical expense, as opposed to then needing to go out and take a high-interest loan. So I would just encourage us to keep in mind that everybody's different. And yes, there are defaults, but Mark and Treasury in recent years have come up with on the 401k front and defined benefit front, the qualified plan area, encouraging employers to consider offering partial lump sum, partial annuity. So you have your savings, because this is going to be the only savings many of these people have, as well as an annuity payment. But my main point here really was, don't minimize the importance of saving, even if it's not going to create, a lot of people lounging on a beach somewhere. If it's going to give them peace of mind that they're going to have transportation, they're going to be able to buy their medicine, they're going to be able to do some things that right now they can't do. That's an awesome accomplishment, and let's do it.
Thank you for your comments. Let me ask, again, before we jump into our questions.
I have one.
Jess, you look like you have a comment.
We have referenced a lot today the idea of financial literacy. I just want to put out there the idea of financial capability, that when we're talking about the folks, particularly in our work with lower income folks, they have the textbook smarts. They know what choices they should be making. And it's really about access to those, to the right choice, and really being able to work with them on things like coaching, which I think fits in with what Professor Chalmers mentioned, that we've got to be empowering folks and really trusting their ability to make decisions. I really appreciate what you just mentioned, Judy, that there are intermediary steps between here and retiring at $1.5 million in your account, and the vast majority, if not all of the clients we work with, will never get to that place. So when we talk about financial capability and their ability to make decisions in the short or longer term that fit within their management of their financial household, that's really, really important and fundamental. And we have here in Oregon amazing partners across the whole state, literally in every county, that we can work with on the coaching pieces, because it sounds like this is going to be a program that really is going to be able to fit in with some of those existing programs. So think about it as a tool in the toolbox, and how do we kind of flesh out the puzzle that's in front of us. So I wanted to put in a plug for financial capability and the importance of empowerment and changing behavior, even if that behavior is $5 a month in the retirement account. That's a huge win for some folks.
Jess, thank you. Anita.
So we also talked about having financial education in schools. And then someone on the panel had said, really, the experience is what matters. So we have children learning about this financial education, but they can't save for their retirement because they're still not working. And I think that's kind of unfair and not the right way to teach children. So I know hope that comes in the future, but just opening a savings account in banks, like many parents do with their children, I think taking it a next step further and actually letting them save for retirement from a very young age would be something great to do.
Very interesting, and now you've got me thinking about my son and his allowance. All right. I'm going to jump in with some of our questions, and I'm going to start with some employee-focused questions. Then we'll turn to some employer questions, and then some that are a little bit broader. But let me jump off of something, I think, Jess, that you said. So we know Oregon has a very strong and diverse financial education and asset-building community, which we're currently learning even more about. Do you think this community has a role to play with the Oregon Retirement Savings Plan?
Absolutely. That should be of no surprise to anyone that has been listening. The first thing I want to say is that we very much appreciate there are many partners within our work who have been invited to be at the Financial Education Working Group. That's been great. We're very excited about being a part of that conversation. But there's also a role for us within the trust question that has come up throughout the day. with the children's savings account effort that we're currently digging into, we've had focus groups with parents, talking with them about what do they want for universal children's savings accounts, what are their concerns, really starting to dig into some of the questions and hesitation between starting the conversation and opening that account for their kid. Because we all agree that in those rooms, we have all agreed that they want to have those accounts. And what we've heard, one parent said that it takes them 7 times to believe something good. That when it comes to the financial marketplace, if they hear that there's this great opportunity for them, they have to hear that it's worked 7 times before they're gonna trust it enough to open their own account. And it only takes them 1 time when it's a bad thing. So when we talk about those headlines in the newspaper, or even just a text from your auntie on the other side of the state, it only takes 1 time and then the game's over. They have no interest in even risking it. And that is based on experience, that we have to trust that there are things that have happened with their families or within their communities in the immediate history or in the longer term history, and we need to honor those experiences. So one of the things that I see the Oregon IDA Initiative or the Oregon Asset Building Coalition, for instance, or there are many other opportunities in Oregon, is that we have those trusted relationships already. We've been working on them for 15, 20 years in some communities. In some communities, we're only to the point where we're opening the first IDA. But that has been on decades of digging in and asking, what do you need? How do we build a program that really fits with your needs? So we are absolutely happy to cut that a little bit shorter for y'all so that you don't have to invest 20 years. And really talking with our coaches on the ground as to how we can bring some of those folks with lower incomes into the conversation a little bit quicker than if you're just starting cold. So, and the last thing I just want to say on that, I think it's my last thing, is really understanding, asking communities and folks who are working with those communities the why behind why people aren't participating, and really listening if there's any opportunity to shift anything. I absolutely hear, and it really resonates with me in almost a painful way, the whole question of scale versus difference. In the IDA initiative, we really hold a space for nuance and how do we meet people where their goals are. And that means that we have about 1,500 new accounts a year versus 10,000. But I do think there's room in this conversation of how do these pieces fit together for programs like the IDA initiative to kind of address the nuance needed for some communities while still fitting into a program that is built to scale that's more of the one size fits all, or maybe 3 sizes fits all. So we would love to have that conversation, and I mean, we're already part of that because I'm up here with the microphone. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jess. I want to jump off of something that you said and something that's been a constant thread in the conversation. So studies have shown that even across income levels and even at lower incomes, employees say they want to save, they would and they could if it were a little bit easier for them. I'm going to maybe turn this one to you, Judy. What's your experience with this, and what comments might you make?
My experience is that that's absolutely true. And I think for anybody that's worked in this field and worked with employers and their retirement plans, looking at the savings behavior of the employees, and you can be amazed sometimes at the dedication to saving that will come from one of the lower paid people versus the total disregard for it in somebody that clearly can afford to do so. And so I think that, and this may relate to education, it also relates to probably what your parents did, but the desire to save absolutely is not income related. Now, if you're looking at somebody that's making $4,000 a year part-time, unless they're in a household where somebody else is making a ton of money, no, they're not going. But we're talking people that are substantially full-time workers. It's amazing who can save.
Thank you. I see some head nodding, so I suspect, that there's some others that might like to weigh in.
I completely agree. Again, working with the people that we do, they want to save, they save, they are scared to save because they don't know what's going to happen to their money. And absolutely, if that trust is established, if they can be participant in what they are doing and they are educated in what's happening with their money, they're totally, you will have no problem having, being able to access these people to do what they need to do for their retirement.
Oh, I'll ask a related question. So, personal confession, here's how I feel about healthcare. I want to know exactly enough information to sign up for the right plan for me and know when I go to the doctor that it's covered. And I kind of assume that people feel that way about retirement savings also. If any part of that is true, how do we help people save or do the right thing and understand what they're doing so they're doing it knowledgeably enough at that during that time? And John, do you have a comment? And
I mean, I think you're exactly right, and I think that's what's brilliant about the Oregon Retirement Savings Plan is that you have a board that is going to provide some oversight, make some selections, and say, you know, if you just want to do what we think is a reasonable course of action, there's risk here, and let me help you understand that a little bit. But this is what we recommend, and we'll put you in that unless you want to pick something else. And I think that's a really good way to approach it.
so we've heard a lot about trust, knowing that a very safe investment might give good savings but won't give good long-term growth. How should we think about that?
Do you want to take it? So I think it was Lou Minsky mentioned earlier that simple is our goal, but in order to get to simple on the consumer end, on the user end, we've got to do some really complicated legwork to get to that place. So when we talk about, in our program design, when we talk about clarity and transparency, it's not about kind of watering things down. It's about making it really clear what the options are. Because the folks, particularly, and I'm speaking mostly for folks with lower income, middle income, they don't really have the time to get into the weeds that, or into the nuance or into the very complicated language that we're all using in this room, but they want to make educated decisions. And I think some of it is as simple as marketing and communication. Deciding what the options are that we want to offer folks and then making it super clear what those are and offering coaches to kind of have further conversations for the folks that do. So, or who want to have further conversations. So to actually answer your question, I think it's a little bit of everything, but that if somebody decides that they want to enroll in the plan that's going to lead to the least amount of return, that's okay. And if we're going to actually get them to a place where they're making some of these deeper investment decisions, we have to really build the trust from the beginning, and that's to say, all right, these are your options. You get to choose where you want to move forward, and we're going to work with you to build the plan from that place. And that's really, that's the bread and butter of coaching. So
Thank you. Nita, did I see that you had a comment as well?
The way it is right now, it is very fragmented with too many products. And like what Jess said, real clear, simple products that have been identified that are not so many, but you are, when you and I talked about the age related, and that's what they, I think, would love to see is something so simple and so clear, and then be able to make those decisions on which ones they want to do.
Thank you. All right, I want to ask one more very critical employee and employer question. Then I have more questions, but I should let the audience talk for a second here. So I'll say this: Oregon has a very diverse workforce, right? Both from an employer and an employee standpoint. So how should we be thinking about how these communities could or should be engaged, both in advance of the program going live and after it's gone live? And I'll take that answer from anyone who might like to jump in first. Jess?
I'm happy to jump in. So the first thing I'll say is that within the network of partners that I work with, we have a lot of opinions, a lot of perspectives to offer from across the whole state. So if we had some sort of opportunity to come together as a group, which we do quarterly, and you would totally be invited to that table. I think that'd be a really quick and kind of easy way to access some of the answers to the questions you're asking. But then I've also really enjoyed the focus groups where we're talking with parents who want to save for their kids' college, but they're having a hard time just making ends meet to the end of the month to pay for rent. And having those conversations where the goals and the values and that buy-in to the American dream that we all still have as a culture, whether or not it's actually accessible, it's fascinating and it's great. And there's something that happens with bringing those people together from the very beginning, where it's almost before even the first step of saving towards their retirement, it's believing in the possibility of saving towards their retirement. And they have a lot of ideas around what simple means and how communications can best be received, whether that's in mailers or text messages or emails. So I think there's some things that wouldn't even necessarily affect the design of the plan, but just how to communicate it and how to build those trusted relationships. And sometimes, often, it's really just asking, what do you all need from us to feel like this is something that's trustworthy?
Very good, thank you. Other comments, Judy?
Yeah, I think from the employer side, if you're, and I don't know what the program will be doing, but if you are, like many do, doing a phase-in by size, I think that might help in terms of the communication with employers. If you know that right now we're communicating to employers that are, 99.5% have, our electronic payroll, and then as you work your way down in size, you'll know that the description of the group is changing a bit, and so I think that might help with communicating on the employer side.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or questions before we go? Nita?
Well, something came to my mind, but it's gone, so I'll wait.
It will come back as soon as we take a question from the audience. So let me go ahead and open it up. Denise, we're going to bring you a microphone real quickly. Thank you.
This question is for Judy. Is it on? So in comparing what we're doing in Oregon versus what's being done in the state of Washington or Massachusetts, can you talk about where you see some of the advantages or disadvantages in really moving the needle to help people save?
Sure. Washington and more recently New Jersey have what's called a marketplace, and it's, I think, based on the theory that it's hard for employers to find products, and but there's no requirement that an employer do anything. And our belief is, and I think that to the extent the UK is analogous, I think it's true that employers can go on the internet and find out what's available. They can maybe some recommendations would help, but in our experience and certainly my personal experience with a small business owner, getting them to even take time to want to go and look for something is a challenge. We just don't think it's going to move the needle on coverage if you don't require employers to make payroll deduction savings available. And so we might think an ideal would be something like Washington, but with a requirement that employers do something, and here's where you can go to choose something. And then you would need a default, though. What if they don't choose anything? And one of the earlier federal bills would have then had a rotating assignment to a private provider. The Oregon model, like California and Illinois, Connecticut, is okay, if you're going to require the employer to do something, then you need to have a default, and the state arrangement is the default, and that's kind of we don't know that that's preferable, but we just think you have to require employers to do something. But we also think you don't want to discourage employers from doing something better, and therefore, if an employer already has a 401k plan, you need to say, okay, thank you, we're glad you have a plan, you don't have to do anything else. There have been some discussions about not having that bright line, and we think that would be disastrous. We think that the goal should be to bring more employers into ultimately qualified retirement programs, and this is a step that many of them will never get beyond, but for many of them, once they're used to it, maybe they will. So we think this is superior to a marketplace if the marketplace does not require that employers provide access to payroll deduction. We think that's absolutely critical, and without it, you might move the needle a little bit, you're not going to move it a lot.
Thank you. I see another question.
First question is for Professor Chalmers. Do you know of any kind of study that shows that if there is an enrollment incentive for the person enrolling, that reduces the opt-out percentages?
So I know of studies that have studied matching contributions, and surprisingly enough, a match doesn't work as well, if I recall correctly, as an opt-out provision. So even if somebody, I mean, there's a paper, and the title's kind of famous. It's something like leaving $100 bills on the sidewalk, because basically you see employees at firms that offer 4% match contributing 0, and it's pretty a large number of them. So it's surprising. Where if you have an opt-out plan, you get changes from 50 to 60% participation in private firms to up to nearly 100% participation. Not quite, 96-ish. So it's remarkable.
It's certainly interesting. Maybe the incentives need to be greater. And this is for Judy Miller. And that is, do you know or do you find that it would be beneficial for individual groups, retirees, such as ARP retirees and others, to form a coalition that would go around talking about the good parts, the good things about retirement, and why you need to retire and why you need to invest in the Oregon State Retirement Plan?
That's a good question. I don't think it would hurt. I'm not sure how much it helps because, you know, especially with younger people, they just don't think they're ever going to be you.
I think we all agree with
and
that.
So, yes, yes.
None of us know how we got here. Isn't that true?
Add to that.
Nita, please add.
I think that would be such a fabulous idea. So at MISO, when we wanted to have a plan, and we were inquiring, you know, we had some people come in to explain some of these things to us. The most trust, again, it's the trust thing that came when we knew that someone was coming in to advise us that is not going to make money off of us. So I think that's a great, great, great idea.
Very good point. Yeah. Thank you. Another question? Do we have a microphone near here? Oh, sorry, Dick, and then
for Professor Chalmers and anyone else who wants to jump in on this, a conundrum for me is in this process is the continuous reminder or assertion about education. And I try to put that into the context somebody mentioned earlier about fighting about savings in a spending culture. When our economic system is, or our GDP is like 70% consumer spending, we're, from our youngest age, we're taught, at least I remember in my childhood, about the grasshopper and ant, but I don't remember how that translated into the general idea of investing and saving for retirement until I was much older. But it seems to me that the billions of dollars of advertising by the pension and insurance industry, the main driver of our economy in general, is like a tidal wave against whatever notion we have of educating. And I'm trying to distinguish, if any of you want to comment on this also, what people mean when they say education. Is it more indoctrination, you must save or else? Or is it more about enlightening and causing people to become informed? Because I see education as a process, not as a rote learning. And many people are driven away by, no disrespect, by economics when they are confronted with having to study it in order to graduate. So if you have any thoughts about how to create whatever the notion of education is against that tidal wave that we're surrounded with day in and day out, even in a culture of advertising, which is constantly drawing you towards spending on whatever the product is, including the industry advertising you see on television day in and day out about essentially spend your money with us, competing with other providers in the industry.
Could I lean in for just a sec? So I'd love to hear you, John, answer this question, and then Jess, if we could talk for a moment about some of the standards associated with IDAs. I think that's really relevant here. But to you,
I mean,
Professor.
I don't have a good answer. Is the short answer? I think we try really hard in class to teach our students basic finance. Now they have to be business school students and they have to take our classes. And I think again we see this experience with very well-educated people. We see people with high incomes where income is not the issue who go and get financial advice from people who take them for a ride. And it's hard to understand how you can be that smart and that not smart. But it's so I think that's why defaults in my mind are the answer. And we're not taking away anybody's freedom because they can opt out if they know better. So I think being that I'm in the education industry, I think we can do a really good job teaching people how things work. But I think getting them on the right path and then pointing out to them after the fact, see how well that worked, is going to work better than trying to get them on that path.
So before I get into my fuller answer, I want to be very clear that at Neighborhood Partnerships, we talk a lot about behavioral economics. So things like opt-out, we are fervent believers of. So I absolutely agree with that point. I do think, Lisa asked me to speak a little bit to our financial education standards. So the Oregon IDA initiative over the past couple of years, and we are in the final year of this process, we've been developing standards for the statewide initiative so that no matter which IDA provider somebody accesses, of which we have over 100 in the state, they will be receiving at least the high level of kind of baseline standards. So we've been going through a very intentional and collaborative process trying to build a set of standards that fits every single community across the state, lots of different cultures and communities and historical traumas and experiences within the financial marketplace. And so we've really tried to hold that space where we need to have a more complicated conversation around what our requirements are. So it covers very basic things like budgeting and saving and all of the things that you would kind of assume are in financial education standards. And then we also are having more complicated conversations around retirement investing and long-term planning and where does that fit within this, and if we're working with 12-year-old savers, is that standard the same as somebody who's in their 60s? And we have not yet finalized the standards, but we're very excited about continuing to partner with the Oregon Retirement Savings Plan as we are developing that. We're all about removing duplication, and in many ways the standards that we established for our initiative are going to be very relevant for the Retirement Savings Plan as well. So one thing that I want to pull out with this is there's been some references to kind of the culture of saving. And I was originally a cultural anthropology major in undergrad, and that's where a lot of my passion comes from, around storytelling and what is this American dream that we're all trying to build. And I think we have a lot more similarities and differences in that. And the U.S. Financial Diaries, I don't know if y'all are familiar with that. It's super fascinating. Deep dive into some of these households with lower incomes and why they are making these decisions that seem bad, when in the moment that might actually be the best decision for their household, and really starting to tease some of that apart. So in the IDA initiative, our goal is really to create that behavior change. It's to secure assets for the folks we're working with, so they can get their piece of the American dream without the predatory debt. But it's also that we want to create savers, and we're seeing that. My colleague Lena Green, she's our financial capability manager. She's told me the story more than once that the purpose of this program is behavior change. It's to get folks to see themselves as savers, to give them the hope for just a little bit farther down out of the tunnel than they're used to looking at, that maybe that's even just emergency savings for the next year. And I think that there's some really elegant places that we can leverage the Oregon Retirement Savings Plan and really work towards that financial capability, and how do we create the behavior change that will lead to cultural change. And hopefully you'll find that our financial education standards reflect that commitment as well.
Okay, team. Time for the lightning round. By the way, there's so much brain power in this room. Have you all felt the temperature go up?
It's you, not us. Just saying. Okay, so lightning round question for the panel, and we'll start here and go from here. So you know the plan is so focused on simple, secure access to a retirement savings plan at work for people who don't have one. If you had one request for us as we design for success, one request, what would it be?
Trying to think of how to make that as broad a statement as possible. I would say bright lines for the employers. You have a plan, you don't have a plan. You enroll people, you have to draw distinctions. You do this much, bright lines that keep it simple for the employer.
Thank you.
I would say default target date fund, low cost, low fee, chosen judiciously by the board, and low fee annuities at retirement. You don't have to annuitize everything, but something.
Managed by Jim Russell.
This is just a little different, but I think design it with compassion for the people that you're designing it for, because they do want to save, but where are you going to meet them?
Thank you.
And I have a list of 10 things, but I'm just going to choose one. I would advocate for incentives for, particularly for folks with lower incomes. Targeted universalism applies here. Incentives for monthly deposits, so that we're working on the behavior change and building the habits over time.
Thank you very much. And by the way, anybody else who had a thought come to mind when we asked that question, we'd like the answer. We'd like your idea. So email those babies in or give us a phone call. Thank you very much. That's the conclusion of our panel, and I really appreciate each of your joining us here. Thank you.
No, one at a time.
Just switching gears here. Probably shouldn't have done that. All right, just switching gears here as we wrap up. I'd like to make a brief introduction as we prepare to close our day. And I will not summarize the day because I think that will be done for us. But I will say a lot of terrific content, a lot of terrific thinking, and we really appreciate it. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who will be starting our closure today, which is Representative Tobias Reed. And many of you know Tobias well. He joined us as an Oregonian, as a number of us have, during his college years, and stayed on. He worked for a time as a special assistant to the U.S. Treasury Under Secretary Larry Summers, which began to get him closer to some of this activity in the financial services world. After gaining his MBA at the University of Washington, you know, this building has so much power, don't you think? Very powerful. All right. He returned and came to work for one of our marquee employers here in Oregon, which is Nike. In 2006, the bug to do some things for the good of the people bit him, and he joined the state as one of our state representatives in the legislature. He, along with Senator Beyer, who isn't able to be with us today, were two of the sponsors of the bill and helped ensure its passage. So with that, I would like to hand the microphone to Tobias. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. First, I was going to say thanks, I think, because you already identified the increasing temperature of the room, and I recognize that I'm one of the last people between you and the end. But now I have to say thanks for another thing, this sort of bait and switch. Not only did you have to say the University of Washington, you have to highlight it and put a higher emphasis on it here in the University of Oregon territory. But nonetheless, I'm really glad to be here, and I do recognize that I'm right between you and what I've often found to be the best part of these kinds of gatherings, which are the conversations that happen in the breaks and afterwards. So I don't want to stand in this position very long. But I do want to make a few points. One is, as everyone else has, to say thanks to the people who have made this possible. I had the great fortune to be with some of you at the Aspen Financial Security Summit last year, and the energy and momentum that's in that group wherever you travel is really exciting and tangible. So thanks for bringing that to Oregon. Thanks to Senator Beyer, without whom we wouldn't be here, and thanks to a number of other advocates who helped us get to this point. Carl and Joyce here from AARP, lots of others who helped us pass this legislation and get us to the point where our talented board is helping to implement it and to make it real. I really want to just share a couple of observations as a legislator and as a board member. This effort is really consistent with what my aspirations are for the state, to keep working on real issues in a way that is consistent with our values and that is both practical and innovative at the same time. A lot of this for me can be summed up in a book I know many of you have seen called Nudge. Richard Thaler, one of the co-authors, and Cass Sunstein, Richard Thaler actually weighed in on our specific legislation in an article that the Oregonian wrote about it. And what they do, and it's just, I think, is a nice summation of a lot of what we're trying to do here. They describe themselves as libertarian paternalists, which I've always liked. They want to make it possible for you to do what you want, but make it easier for you to do what's in your own best interest. And I think that's a pretty good summation for us. With that as background, I want to try to sum up a lot of what I've heard today with 3 statistics and 2 stories. The statistics you've all heard, and they're actually nicely summed up in our handouts. The fact that half of Oregon's workforce has saved less than $25,000 for retirement, with a quarter of them less than $1,000. The second that I didn't see there was that almost half of working Oregonians don't have access to a retirement savings plan at work. And that leads to the final stat, which Treasurer Wheeler mentioned at the beginning, which is that when someone has access to a retirement savings plan at work, 71% of people participate at some level. But when they have to go out and find their own, that number drops to 4.6%. So I think it's clear that we've got work to do. But statistics, of course, only tell part of the story. And with that, I want to tell you 2 stories that stuck with me from the process of developing the legislation. A lot of people came to the legislature and talked about their experiences. There's a woman from Lane County named Barbara Perrin who told us her story. And it's a pretty typical story. She worked throughout her career at a variety of different jobs, some of them part-time, and for a variety of life circumstances. She changed from time to time. She did all the right things as much as she could. She went through life, and life happened. So later in life, she went through a divorce. We know the 2008 economic crisis and what that did to home equity, and she pretty quickly found herself with Social Security as the only choice and the only asset for her retirement. And she was really clear in a really compelling and eloquent way in front of the committee, in front of the legislature, about her wish for young Oregonians to have access to a retirement savings plan and what difference that would have made for her. The other one, if you find yourself in Beaverton, I hope you will go by the Beaverton substation. It's a sandwich shop that is a local institution. A guy named Chuck Wilson runs it. He started it right after he got to Beaverton 30 plus years ago, and success is surely a result of him. He's a huge Cubs fan. He's made this a big theme in the restaurant. He knows everybody. He is always ready with a wry observation or a joke. And when we went to talk to him about this concept, it didn't take him long to get on board and to be supportive of it. But the reason I thought was really compelling, and he said very simply, I want to do this for my employees, but I don't have an HR department. I got sandwiches to make. And that has really stuck with me as well. So I hope as we all scatter and go off to our various communities and to our work, we'll take the relevant pieces from today's conversation and recognize that we've all got differences in our roles and in our communities, but that ultimately we're all trying to get to the same destination and that we all need each other to do that. So thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of this effort. I'm looking forward to staying in touch with everybody. Thanks a lot.
So I'm just going to close us out super quickly with once again thanking Tobias Reed, thanking the treasurer who I think is left now, Lisa and the whole team, and everybody in Oregon who has helped to have this conversation with us today. I heard a couple of things. I'll just add to the wrap up as we head out, and there's some refreshments in the back. We can continue the conversation. I do think that what we heard was that product innovation needs a market. And the really special thing that's happened in Oregon is that policy has helped to create the terms of how that market might begin to be created. So I certainly know that, you know, markets really can be about allocation. They're about being efficient or inefficient. But government and policy is about justice. It's about distribution. It's just or unjust distribution. Creating a market that's going to be inclusive, creating a market that's going to help everybody save, that's one piece of the puzzle that Oregon is really taking the whole country forward with. So thank you for that conversation and thank you for that contribution. I think the other thing we heard is that you need belief in culture. And there's a lot of other stakeholders in this room, and there's a lot of other stakeholders in the country that are truly understanding that people want the opportunity to save. And so far in markets, we've had two different types of things. We've heard a lot of times other people say that if you are well off or if you are pretty much set in the middle, institutions behave for you. You know, you already have pretty much opportunity to have a 401k. If you are lower income, you have to behave for institutions. And I think that what we're trying to do with retirement system reform in this country is make it so that it is less hard to do all of the legwork yourself and take on all of the risk when you are the person with probably the least amount of mental bandwidth left at the end of the day, after balancing the books, after making the sandwiches to make that all work. So we are sitting, watching, supporting in every way that we can at Aspen to help Oregon and other states doing this work. We'll be doing some highlights from all of these. We've done these forums now in 3 states, and we'll be really extracting some of the highlights from that as a resource for everybody. But more important for now is that in terms of refueling and resourcing, there's food in the back that doesn't look like breakfast anymore. It looks like lunch. It's just light refreshments, and we invite you to continue to have the conversation with us and with everyone else, and thanks again for coming.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Welcome.